Welcome everyone to Jimmy John's Field in Utica, Michigan, preparing for the matchup between the Westside Woolly Mammoths here tonight and the Eastside Diamond Hoppers. Another double dip here today, and probably one of the best overall, two pitching matchups we've seen so far in the doubleheaders yet.
Probably. In the past, we've had kind of a question mark in game one usually, right? It's usually been a guy who making his first appearance or at least making his first start, something of that nature. We don't have that today. Got a couple guys with a start under their belt and a couple veterans going in game two, so maybe we'll see a little bit of a cleaner day overall.
Jeremy Addo alongside Dan Griesbaum Jr. from the United Shore Media Desk here today in our Everest Academy pregame show. Yesterday, a fun day of baseball, certainly started with the home run derby. Quite the competition overall between Ross Haffey and Joey Weimer. Ross Haffey totaling 45 home runs over 3 rounds, a middle round of 21, just an overall show for him.
Yeah, he put on quite a fireworks display, I guess you could say. Those two guys, teammates, so they had to have that showdown in the semifinal, unfortunately, I think, for all of us. But a couple of physical specimens there, Ross Haffey and Joey Weimer. I mean, Weimer not only with the power, but when we see him in gameplay with the speed, too, and some of the jumps he gets in the outfield, just a really impressive ball player to watch. But Ross Haffey now 2 years in a row taking home the home run derby championship.
Well, we had our third no-hitter of sorts in the USPBL this year. We had the straight all the way 7-inning no-hitter for Ty Hensley just a couple weeks ago, or last week in fact. And then the beginning of the season, a combined no-hitter, and then a combined no-hitter in the All-Star game through 7 innings as well. A lot of the Unicorns making up that staff.
Well, the one common denominator, of course, for all three of those is Ty Hensley. So that gets you off. That
helps.
Gets you off to a pretty good start with him. But yeah, in an All-Star game, you certainly don't expect to see something like that. But I think when we looked at the rosters, we saw maybe this could be a shutdown type game. It's not easy to beat Ty Hensley, Dugan Darnell, and Nolan Clenny. I mean, those are 3 arms that are pretty tough to score off of. Did we expect combined no-hitter? Of course not, but we expected a tough day, I think, for the West.
Well, a fun day yesterday, but it's kind of back to business for a lot of these guys now, and we look towards that kind of September for his goal, and we're using that here in the USPBL as a benchmark to maybe start to set a few more rosters where they're going to be all the way throughout the postseason and into the postseason to create that pennant push type of feel overall. And this is the point where you kind of have to start performing. It's no longer, I only have 20 at-bats or I only have 1 or 2 starts. These guys, with the exception of some of the new guys from the trial, which there are a number of them, 14, 3 more new ones here today inserted into the lineup in either ways. But, this is time for these guys to really shine at this point.
Yeah, I think especially when it comes to offense, it's the excuse of it's early is kind of behind us now, I think. It was early. There wasn't really a spring training, so the lagging offense thing was okay for a while, but now it's going to be time to produce with the sticks a little bit. We can't have every game be a 1-0, 2-1 type game, and some of these guys in the middle of the lineups are going to need to produce more consistently, and hopefully we will see that. It's beautiful most days that we're out here. It's nice and warm. These bats have been going for a while. It's time to see some extra base hits.
Time to take a peek at the lineups here tonight. As always, brought to you by AAA here for Game 1 of the doubleheader. Again, a 5-inning game here in Game 1 and then 7 innings in Game 2. Leading off for the Mammoths here today, Garrett Kieber. He's been right at the top of that lineup pretty much every game for them. A newcomer in Marquise Irving will bat second and play right field. Will Johnson, Lamar Briggs, and Brett Elmer align the middle. Elmer kind of shifted up to the 5-hole here today with that 500 on-base percentage. With all the walks he's gotten thus far, it's Ross Haffey, Jamal Howard, and Landon Barnes after him. And Keandre Jones will round it out here today. They will face Jamon Taylor. More on him in our pitcher comparison a little bit later here in the pregame show. On the other end for the home Diamond Hoppers here today, this look is also brought to you by AAA of Michigan. Miles Miller, one of the newcomers, just 1 for 4 to start his USPBL career thus far. He'll play in center field here tonight. Xavier Warren back in the Hoppers lineup. He seems like an everyday Hopper and / Unicorn this week when he's been in the lineup where it was the Beavers a couple weeks ago. Trevor McKinley, another newcomer in right. Zach Gray, Riley Mahalik, and Greg Vaughn Jr. bumped up to the 6-hole here today. It's Maselli, Pontius, and Shoemaker at the bottom as they will face Ryan and Drazik here today. Now time for Dan Griesbaum Jr.'s keys to the game. What do you got?
Well, today I'm going to pick on the Hoppers middle relief a little bit. I think it's a pretty good club as it comes to having a couple of good solid starting pitchers. Dugan Darnell has really looked good at the back end of that pen. Now we need to see how do they make a bridge, from those starters to Darnell. Raven Martin had a pretty good start to the season, had a little trouble with walks, but really wasn't giving up any hits. His last time out had a lot of trouble. Only got one out, surrendered. I think it was 6 earned runs, if I'm not mistaken. Noah Stroll got hurt in late July, so he was a guy that they were going to count on, I think, in the bullpen to be one of those bridge type guys. Who's going to step up? Someone's going to need to fill that role more consistently. Is it going to be someone from the taxi squad like Amani Godfrey? We've seen a little bit. Austin Atwood, we've seen a little bit. Is it going to be Raven Martin? Is he just going to settle back into the way that he looked earlier in the year from the left side? So I think they need to establish some consistency there with the middle relief. And in a day like this, a hot day, doubleheader, we're going to see some guys. So we'll see what we get out of them today.
Well, the Hoppers and the Mammoths coming at you next year on the USPBL Network. We'll take a deeper dive into these two pitchers here tonight in terms of what they have, their arsenal, and all their stats when we get back here on the USPBL Network. Stick with us.
Order Jimmy John's and we'll bring it to your car door. Leave it at your front door or have it ready for you at our drive-thru. Just use jimmyjohns.com or our app to tell us what sandwiches, drinks, chips, and cookies you're hungry for. When you want it and how you want it. We're ready.
I enjoy renovating my home, so getting materials with my Chevy Silverado is a daily trip. But as the strongest, most advanced Silverado ever, it's perfect for all my projects. And with the most functional bed of any pickup, plus the power-up down tailgate, my Silverado helps me with everything I need. Of course, a little assist from a friend doesn't hurt.
Lease a 2020 Silverado Custom Crew Cab 4-wheel drive for just $323 a month. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Steamy day for some baseball here at Jimmy John's Field in Utica, Michigan. 86 degrees at game time. The humidity even more so, making it feel a little hotter here today. Forecast looks good. Hopefully we're clear here today. And we haven't been that way really for a lot of these doubleheaders, but we're hoping to stay out of the way of that. Tonight's action brought to you by KIG and Crest Lincoln. And proudly presented by the following partners as well: AAA, Ascension, Balfour Property Restoration, Detroit Medical Center, DTE Energy, Dunham Sports, Dunkin' Donuts, Green for Life Environmental, Green Path Financial Wellness, Jimmy John's, your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers, Pepsi, Scott's, Summit Oral, and United Shore. We thank all those fine partners for sponsoring our broadcast and this season here in the United Shore Professional Baseball League here today as well. Now time for our pitching comparison brought to you by Denso here today. There you see Ryan Andrazik, the 5'10 righty out of Union College.
Kind of a similar couple of guys, really, experience-wise. I mean, they both started a doubleheader the last time around. They both went 4 innings. They both got a start under their belt now, so it's, sort of on even ground. I would say Jamon Taylor's probably got a little bit better pure stuff out of the two of them. He runs his fastball up a little bit more like in the 90 range. Andrzejczyk's going to depend on his command a little bit more so, and I thought he was a little bit shaky command-wise at the beginning of his last outing, but hopefully he can settle in a little more today. He's got some work under his belt, so could be a little bit smoother today.
As we kind of enter the second half, I know we talked about that a little bit in our pregame show, but any guys you're looking to maybe break out and have a good second half here?
Yeah, there's probably a lot of hitters I could name like that. I mean, even Ross Haffey, for that matter. I mean, we saw what kind of pure power he has, but I don't think he's really been super consistent driving the ball in the first half so far. Jamal Howard's certainly another one on this team that can do that. We saw a little snippet of the type of bat speed that he has when he smoked that ball right past the flagpole. Keandre Jones is someone who I've been fond of in terms of his ability since the first time I saw him here. Just he's a guy with the ability to hit tape measure type home runs, but just about putting together at bats consistently, good at bats, swinging at good pitches, not chasing balls out of the zone, and hopefully all those things come as the second half evolves.
Well, these managers, Justin Orenduff, everybody involved, will look to kind of shape these rosters going forward. How do you expect them to kind of shake out in terms of who goes where?
That's a good question. I hope it's done in a manner that guys maybe settle in with the team that they've been with the most. I just think that would probably be the smoothest type of thing. I could see, someone we see Xavier Warren, jogging out now. Just as one example, maybe this Hoppers team might be a good fit for him. For one thing, they've got a really solid veteran infield with the exception of that third base spot. They could use a guy there, and I think they could also use a solid catcher. So that's, maybe an example of how a guy could fit right into a team really well. But of course, every team would like to have Xavier Warren. So I don't know if they let these managers draft guys or how they're going to settle on that stuff. They might have some arguments.
Well, today's game is brought to you by United Shore, the fastest growing company in Metro Detroit and home to the #1 wholesale mortgage lender in the nation, UWM. United Shore boasts a remarkable 1.5 million square foot Pontiac campus that employs nearly 6,500 entrepreneurs, self-starters, problem solvers, and dream makers. Want to see your name in their lineup? United Shore is hiring across a variety of backgrounds and areas of expertise as well. Mortgage experience is not a requirement. United Shore offers paid in-depth training and ongoing career advancement opportunities. Start playing for the winning team. Check out job openings and all the company has to offer at unitedshore.com. That's unitedshore.com. There's Jamon Taylor. He'll take them on when we get back on the USPBL network. Let's play two.
Hi, I'm Jerry Kozak. This is my son Jason from Kozak's Mr. Muffler.
We've been family owned and operated since 1988. We operate our business with honesty and integrity. We're a full-service auto repair facility. We have 4 locations in the Metro Detroit area to serve you: Macomb Township, Sterling Heights, Warren, and Royal Oak. At Kozak's Mr. Muffler, we focus on quality. That's why we're giving you a lifetime warranty, something that the industry does not have. You will not find it at any other auto repair facility.
Hi, I'm Dean Morris, the District Manager of Mr. Muffler Corporation. We have 4 locations to serve your automotive needs.
Hi, I'm Justin, Manager here at Mr. Muffler in Warren. Honesty and integrity is what our work is based on. Please come down for a free inspection today.
Hi, I'm Chris. I'm Assistant Manager here at the Macomb location. Come by and see us sometime.
Hi, my name is Eric, and I'm the manager here at the Macomb location.
Hi, I'm Brian Wilson, Sterling Heights Mr. Muffler. I'm the manager, home of the lifetime warranty. Come and see us anytime.
We'd love to take care of any of your auto repair needs.
There's Jamon Taylor here today, checking into play for his second start. Went 4 innings his first time around. Gave up 3 hits, 2 runs, both earned. 1 walk to 2 strikeouts. This is a guy who's still trying to stretch it out. I mean, he had quite a bit of off time to deal with before coming back here to the USPBL, but they have high hopes for him.
He's got pretty good stuff. I liked what I saw the last time around with him. I mean, he's averaging right around 90 miles an hour with his fastball. He's got a slider and a changeup that commands pretty well. He threw his changeup a lot to left-handers. We'll look to see if he does that again this time around.
First person to guess the player of the game for Game 1 will win a free oil change, courtesy of Kozak's Mr. Muffler. Post your player selection here in the comments section of the broadcast on Facebook and YouTube before the end of the second inning. Limit 1 guess per fan. Reminder that you can chime in with us on those chats as well. Ask us a question, comment on the game, where you're watching from. Larry Kubiak says, let's play 2. Larry Miller says Miles Miller will be your player of the game. Larry Kubiak thinks Anthony Maselli. Heidi Schmidt also says play ball on Facebook. Nice overall audience last night for the All-Star game. 2-0 was your final score in that one. Favor the East All-Stars. Ty Hensley went 5, 3 walks and 4 Ks, 63 pitches deep. And Dan, certainly he was at a spot. I mean, we saw him walk 4 in his all-the-way no-hitter, if you will, in 7 innings last week. For sure, if it wasn't the format yesterday of an All-Star game, he would have finished that out, or at least attempted to.
Absolutely.
Garrett Crispin going 5 on the other end as well.
I think he looked just as good last night as he did during his no-hitter. I didn't really see anything discernibly different there. Walked a few guys in both, but his fastball and his curveball looked pretty similar to me. He's been very consistent all season. There hasn't really been, aside from that one inning, where he had a bit of an extended time, but outside of that, he's been almost perfect.
First pitch at 5:32 p.m. Game time temperature 86 degrees here from Utica, Michigan. Garrett Kieber, Marquise Irving, and Will Johnson, your Zach Hart agency 3-men due up here in the first. That's looped on the ground to Maselli. Logs it over to Zach Gray, who makes a nice pick. And a couple nice picks yesterday in the All-Star game as well. Take a look at the rest of the defense behind Taylor here this afternoon. It's Greg Vaughn Jr. in left, Miles Miller in center, Trevor McKinley. Warren and Gray on the corners, Pontius and Maselli up the middle, and Shoemaker completing the battery here tonight.
And here's a young man with his debut at bat.
And a nice debut.
Didn't waste any time.
That should go for a single, I would think. Hard hit down the first base line.
I agree.
And that's exactly what they go up for. And he says, yeah, that's how I had it planned.
Switch hitter, so it's good to nice to have another switch hitter in the league.
The native of Detroit went to Country Day, was a Yellow Jacket before moving on to Texas College in the NAIA. This first inning brought to you by AAA and KIG. KIG, your presenting sponsor for today's game as well. Brings up Will Johnson, hitting third again in Paul Nickenbrugge's lineup here, playing left field. That's a 90-mile-per-hour fastball up high. The fastball has ranged out from 89 to 91 thus far. He's got a slurve and a changeup to complement that. Here's the 1-0 in for strike 1. And inning 1 was sort of the trouble point for Jamon Taylor the last time. It was a 2-run home run by this very guy.
Mm-hmm.
So he saw him well. They're looking for Taylor to go 4 again here tonight.
Of course, 4 gets you almost all the way through in this game.
Very true. 1-1 to Maselli. Turns to second in time. Pontius, quick move.
Oh,
Gray with
nice
the tag. Zach Gray has been perfect defensively nearly this year. Just a couple errors a couple nights ago, but other than that, a nicely turned 6-4-3 to send us to the home half after this.
Last year, Belfour did 114,000 different jobs around the world. We've been to floods, fires, tornado sites, earthquakes, where people have lost everything. Yes, your homes can be rebuilt, and yes, your businesses will be rebuilt, but most importantly, your lives will be rebuilt. There's nothing that we cannot fix, and we believe that.
It's our pictures.
To me, that's Belfour. At Belfour, we're restoring more than property.
Here's Ryan Andrazik looking to make his second start this afternoon. Andrazik also pitched on 8-9 last Saturday in the doubleheader. 4 innings pitched, 6 hits given up, 5 runs, 5 earned, 3 walks to 1 K. Actually, Sunday he pitched, not Saturday, but
it was against the Hoppers as well, wasn't it?
yes. Best team we've seen so far in doubleheaders, I think the Beavers.
I think so, yeah.
They've really got the bats going a couple different times. They've swept a couple doubleheaders so far this year. JJ gets his extra runs in.
Wonder if JJ will get tired today. Humid day with a doubleheader.
He might. You know, he kind of lounges in the press box / around the stadium sometimes before. You wouldn't know he's so active, you know, during the game. He's kind of resting up, getting ready.
Get some water in.
Check the comments on Facebook and YouTube. Deshaun on YouTube says, "Let's go Mammoths," from Jamal's sister all the way in Alabama here today. JD Shoemaker says, "Great to be in the stadium watching the Hoppers and Austin Shoemaker." Sherry Reed Hurt says, "Go Zach Gray." Ken says Zach Gray will be the player of the game again here tonight. So you can weigh in on that as the night progresses. Here's the first pitch to Miles Miller on the corner for strike 1 here from Andrazik. It's Miller, Xavier Warren, and Trevor McKinley, your Zach Hart agency men coming to bat in the first.
We've seen Miller pull the ball on the ground pretty much so far. Not really the thing he's looking to do, I don't think, with his speed.
Irving gets tested right away, so he has a single and a putout here to begin his USPBL career.
Why not?
Andrazik, a little bit of a deeper arsenal than Taylor. 4-seamer, a 2-seamer. Mostly uses that 2-seamer, though, from what we saw the first time around. The slider, the changeup, and the curveball as well. He also gave up a 2-run home run in the first inning against the Hoppers. Curveball in for ball 1. Wants to get that ball lower in the zone here today. Thought he pitched a little bit to contact up high.
I agree with him.
Wants that off speed to be a little sharper as well. Here's the 1-1 to Xavier Warren. Pop up off the bat, but he's so strong.
You never know.
That reaches like a regular fly ball to left center field for out number 2.
Right.
Take a look at the defense behind Andrazik here tonight. Vaughn, Miller, McKinley make up the outfielders. It's Mahalik, Maselli, Pontius, and Gray going from left to right. And Goatsee's caught by Xavier Warren. First pitch high and away. That was actually the Hoppers defense. But for the Mammoths, it's Johnson in left, Howard in center, Irving in right, Briggs at third, Kieber at short, Barnes at second, Jones at first, and Elmer behind the dish here tonight. 2-0 here on Trevor McKinley. 3 for 9 start for him.
The
he was the
Derby finalist.
Exactly. We mirrored our thoughts there. Just didn't have that late push that
he was
Ross Haffey did all night.
A heavy underdog in the final against Haffey. I think that was Haffey's contest to lose by that point. He's got a nice left-handed stroke, though. He did a good job.
2-0, popped him up down the left field line. Briggs trying to run a long way, and that one's going to go foul.
That is a long way.
Maybe not the best read on that for Johnson. Here's a second look at that Westside defense. Irving getting a fly ball to begin things. That really good double play combination up the middle with Barnes and Kieber. That one whittled foul. There were some nice double plays turned last night.
There was. Generally among guys who don't normally play together, too.
Very true, and that's not easy.
No.
Timing is the key, but that's not necessarily surprising because we saw this great defense by them, ever since we started, really.
True.
Swing and a miss. Really nice, snappy inning for Ryan Andrazik, just what the doctor ordered after the rough first start. We'll stay right with you. It's time for Jimmy John's Freaky Fast Trivia here today. To music, we head.
Okay.
Jimmy Page, Eric Clapton, and Jeff Beck were all members of this early classic rock supergroup.
I don't think it's Cream. I want to say D Bad Company.
You should have used your 50-50.
Okay, yeah. I guess I should have.
Because you were right about Cream, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah. And I knew it wasn't Led Zeppelin either. So if I chose my 50-50 and it said the Yardbirds and Bad Company, I still would have got it wrong. But otherwise, it would have helped.
It's Jimmy John's Freaky Fast Trivia here today. It's a whole new ball game at your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Right now, you can lease an all-new 2020 Chevy Equinox LT Forward for just $261 a month. Yes, you heard it right, $261 a month for 36 months. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com. Second look at Jamon Taylor. Both of these guys had really efficient first innings. For Jamon, he got Garrett Kieber to ground out to begin things, and the single by Irving in his first pro at bat, and then a nice 6-4-3 clean double play turn by Maselli, Pontius, and Gray.
It almost was not clean, if not for a good tag play by Gray over there.
He's done that a couple times this year. Has Zach Gray kind of making up for errant throws. And that can be a big thing for unexperienced first baseman, because your first thought is, I got to get off the bag to make sure this ball doesn't fly, down the line, or in the case here of Jimmy John's fielding this expansive foul territory. But to have the wherewithal to know, yes, I got to get off the bag, and then boom, I got to tag him as he's going by me, kind of in that swivel type motion like you have to do.
Sure.
Some really heads-up baseball as Lamar Briggs looks at strike one.
I think a key there is not committing to stretch until you really see where the ball is at, because once you stretch, you're sort of committed at that point. You can't really change your feet and alter your direction.
Nice base knock into left field, his third of the year for Lamar Briggs. Something interesting about him, Dan. Every time he swings this year, he's made contact. He's got 100% contact percentage through 9 ABs now.
It's not the highest sample size ever, but still, it says something. He's got a good compact stroke, and it also means that he doesn't swing at balls out of the zone probably very often.
Now, this guy hasn't made a whole ton of contact this year, but he's walked a good amount, and that has driven his on-base percentage to .518. Coming into tonight's game as Brett Elmer looks at strike one. 6 walks to 5 strikeouts. Also riding a 4-game winning or hitting streak since he's been in the lineup. Been sporadic in terms of the catching time for him as Briggs leaning off that bag over there. He's got some speed.
I think of the catchers in the league, he gives you one of the better, more consistent at-bats. He doesn't necessarily have the power of a couple of those guys, but it's usually a pretty consistent stroke. Obviously, those walks help. If you get on base, you get on base. I mean, that's helping your club.
Lamar Briggs, 108 Division I stolen bases for between 2015 and 2018 for Jackson State. 26 his last 2 years. If it wasn't for a shortened season for him in terms of games played, he played 28 his sophomore campaign and still swiped 9 bags there.
Got to believe this season cost some seniors some records, possibly.
I was a little off. Hold on. That was the strikeouts I was reading. So this is big difference, guys. But 47 stolen bases. That's still impressive. I was going to say 108.
108's pretty.
That's not what I remembered. But here we go. So 10 freshman year, 5 sophomore year, 14 junior year, and 18 senior year. Still pretty impressive.
Some of these 2020 seniors are able to come back next year too if they choose to.
That's true. Yeah, they got the extra year. It'll be interesting to see how many do. In tight, he's moving. A pretty good throw down to second base and the tag by Masali, but not in time.
Yeah, just barely got in there.
TCF Bank stolen base here. So Lamar Briggs able to get himself into scoring position here. First time a Mammoth has done that in this game.
It's a very good throw by Shoemaker, too.
Here's a 1-2. Tough one to block as that's going to move Briggs up to third base without a throw. Now a ground out will score him. Elmer, a guy that can get you an AB like that, certainly.
Makes such a difference when you give up those bases. I mean, you give up just a simple, clean base hit, and then within the course of an at-bat, stolen base and a pass ball, and now the guy's on third base, and you've got you're going to have a very hard time keeping him from scoring now.
Infielders in. Swing and a miss. Dusted him off for the first K of the night here for Jamon Taylor in the second. Elmer battled.
I think that's his top fastball that we've actually seen this year out of him at 92. And here's the Derby champ himself.
If nothing else, Elmer was able to extend that AB and in the end get Briggs 2 bases.
True.
That won't show up on the score sheet, but might do his club a lot of good going forward here as a first pitch curveball bends in for strike 1 on Ross Haffey. Officially a slurve, so kind of the hybrid between the curve and the slider in terms of the movement. Big difference there as that fastball zips in at the hands of Ross Haffey.
See if Haffey can ride this home run derby momentum a little bit. We know it can go either way with guys sometimes.
And he also batted 8th in the game for the West squad as takes a hack at that 90-mile-per-hour fastball. Has
pretty good game. Oh, sorry, Jeremy.
No, go ahead.
He had a pretty good game defensively, I felt, yesterday, too.
He did. Yeah, he's shown some flashes at both first and third. He's really been playing a lot more defensively lately for any of the teams he's been on. And some of that might have to do the fact that he is kind of floating roster to roster because he was kind of the primary designated hitter for Von Joshua's team for a long time in the Beavers.
Right.
But with the short rosters that teams are faced with right now, with still the taxi squad going on, that's more likely if you're floating roster to roster, you're going to be in the lineup and play defensively too.
True.
That one at 91, tipped back. Haffey, 161 average on the year, 56 ABs. Stuck on 1 home run. 0 for 2 of the pair of ground balls last night. 6-4-3 double play in his second at bat. Runner on third with 1 out. Taylor trying to dig out of it. The 1-2 on the ground up the middle, and the only play to first as Lamar Briggs will score, and an RBI, his 9th of the year for Ross Haffey. Jamal Howard will bat with the bases clear here in the top of inning number 2. Jeremy Otto alongside Dan Griesbaum Jr. to bring the call here tonight. Both games of the doubleheader. Should I even say the second game starts at 7:05?
I wouldn't bother.
This one in for strike one, unless we're talking about Hensley and Chrisman.
Right. I think even on our script here today it said 7:30, so maybe we can run with that.
0-1 is high. I mean, factoring in the game itself and certainly factoring in that there's going to be 20 to 30 minutes in between no matter what.
Right.
Makes it pretty unlikely.
Still makes me laugh a little bit, the traditional doubleheader, because it just makes me think of high school ball or, amateur ball, something like that. Normally in pro ball, you're clearing out the stadium and cleaning everything and having a whole new group of people come in, but it's kind of neat having the traditional doubleheader again. You almost expect the guys to go in the locker room and have a sandwich and a Capri Sun and
granola bar.
Right. Some orange slices.
This one in for strike two. The high school broadcasters got those too.
Is that right? Okay.
They had to eat too.
Grosse Pointe South doesn't have high school broadcasters, so I don't know much about that.
2-2 on Jamal Howard. 2 outs with a run in here in the second. The pitch, swing and a miss. Second strikeout for Jamon Taylor. Really nice job overall. He strikes out 2 here in the inning, and after the leadoff single, that will be the only run he gives up as he discusses with Shoemaker here. Now time for your DTE Energy Kid Race, the mascot here today. It's Ribby going back out there, Dan.
Oh, boy. Ribby gives you a good race. He usually gives you a pretty good effort. Does a little trash talk, too, generally.
It's Brianna going against Ribby here today. Ribby showboated quite a bit the last time
He did. He had it won, but he just started messing around. Oh. This is not much of a head start. I don't think Brianna was into the head start thing.
Brianna was like,
did not wait for that count.
I'm going to go head-to-head with Ribby and then just kind of blow him away at the last minute here.
I think Brianna's saving some in the tank, too. She's not really kicking it in yet. She figures she's got him.
She's got the Hopper's mask, and she is going to cruise to the finish as Ribby slows up a little bit. Pulled an ankle maybe on the third base line.
She says, I'm good. I'm all set.
USPBL.com/shop is your place to purchase all the USPBL merchandise, whether you want that Hoppers hats or the Beavers gator. We have it all for you there. So head to USPBL.com/shop to get yours today. And if you're one of the lucky few fans in the building as the year goes on, you can also visit the merchandise stand down the first base line behind the Metro Detroit Chevy dealers tent there. On the way to the berm in right field. It'll be Zach Gray, Riley Mahalik, and Greg Vaughn Jr. to start the second inning for the Hoppers. That look brought to you by Zach Hart Agency. Gray, 255 in the average column through 47 ABs. He's not exactly happy with where he's at. He had a point in the season where he, well over 300, and even an 0 for 3 night wasn't going to affect that.
Mm-hmm.
Curveball comes in low, 1-1. Really good inning for Ryan Andrazik in the first. Line out, strikeout. The Canton, Ohio native. The even pitch is downstairs at 85. Some good spin on that two-seam fastball, 2,300 there as this one piped over the rising glove of Barnes. So Gray has his 13th base knock of the year. I think we're still waiting to see the power truly come out of that swing as well. And he's went through a few changes. He was, one of those uppercut launch angle type of guys coming into the USPBL. It changed that way his junior year in high school. He's since gone back to leveling out a little bit thanks to Vaughn Joshua and Paul Nochi kind of working with him all of last year. His strikeouts were up last year and walks were down. He's always kind of been a high walk, low strikeout guy with some gap-to-gap power. It's funny to see, how some guys have been changed in college or changed in high school on their way up. And I think we're really trying to find the middle ground between analytics. And, we kind of had the discussion off air before the game here today. You look at Major League Baseball, Baseball Savant, a really good analytics site that looks at a lot of these guys' launch angles and some of the other analytics. Nice glove there by Jones. Turned to second, and that's a nifty play for 2 quick outs here in the second.
That's a really nice double play there. Keandre Jones with a nice pick, and an overrated part of that was that he made a really nice tag throw. That's not easy to do for a couple of reasons. For one, you're turning around real quick. You don't have much time to set your feet. You've got to keep it low so that the tag is easy to apply, but you also have to avoid the base runner. And he made a really nice throw there. Good tag by Keeber. Good communication, too.
But some of these guys at the top of the launch angle, for instance, Mike Zunino, not batting particularly well from an average column coming into today, 33.3 launch angle. Justin Upton just hitting over 200, 27.8. Christian Stewart, 26.4. He's the 8th highest on launch angle in the big league. So it's not all about the launch angle. It's finding what works for your swing and ultimately what, boosts you the most. And, everything put together is what they need to look at this point.
Yeah, it's a combination of a couple things. One, if you're not a guy who even has the bat speed and the ability to hit the ball out of the park on a consistent basis, then why are we trying to elevate the ball that much? You have to know what kind of a hitter you are.
1-2 to Barnes. Picks that one up and tosses over to first, and that for the 3rd out of the inning. Really nice job by Keandre Jones. 2 very big double plays so far in this game here tonight. More after this on the USPBL Network.
Crack open a Budweiser and experience the refreshing taste of summer. Make every moment of summer count by picking up Budweiser today.
DTE Energy customers can get their share of huge lifetime energy cost savings. How? By using our website. The Oslin's new programmable thermostat saved them a bundle. And their new efficient furnace earned them a hefty rebate. All over Michigan, people like the Oslins are saving. Why not you? There are always new ways to save at dteenergy.com/saveenergy. DTE.
Welcome back to Jimmy John's Field, everyone. Jeremy Otto alongside Dan Griesbaum Jr. here. Getting ready for the 3rd inning of work for Jamon Taylor. Had a leadoff single in the second. That came around a score, but what gets lost into that, Lamar Briggs obviously started on first. Brett Elmer had a longer at-bat. Briggs stole second base. The ball got away from Shoemaker, and then heading to third was Briggs with only 1 out. Then the RBI ground up by Ross Haffey, and the strikeout by Howard ended a pretty quick inning in the end.
Yeah, Briggs really created that run more so than anybody else, both with his bat and with his legs.
Take a look at our kid of the game. Brought to you by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. That's Christopher Ghostly out of Holly Academy. Favorite activity, playing board and card games.
Wonder which ones are his favorites.
You have any favorites?
Oh, boy. It's been a while since I've played a lot of board games, but Monopoly, I can't sit still long enough anymore. I just don't have – I just feel like there's something else I should be doing. I used to like Clue when I was little. I like, a game of chess or checkers once in a while. How about you?
I'm kind of all over the board. I'm not a huge board game guy, but I do like Monopoly on occasion. I think I'm with you that I...
I mean, if you play it properly, it's going to take a long time.
Right. Landon Barnes, Keandre Jones, Garrett Kieber, your Zach Hart agency three-men due up here as Barnes fouls that one off. Kind of continuing that launch angle thought, at least a little bit more here. Now, we're not saying the launch angle is bad because you see Mike Trout. He's got a 21.5, which is the 22nd highest in Major League Baseball this year. And keep in mind, you know, this is, yes, a small sample size, and maybe looking at last year would be a little bit more definitive as Maselli comes in on that one and throws it over to first base. That's all of a sudden 4 straight outs for Jamon Taylor after giving up a run. But you look at Mike Trout, and not only... You know, does he have a great slugging percentage in .692 off of a double and 8 home runs already through just 16 games, but his batting average also .308 with an on-base of .356. So that's an example of a guy who has found his swing and found what works for him and taken it and literally run with it.
Well, what produces the most consistent hard contact for you is really the important thing. What's your average exit velocity? That's, you know, really, and how often do you strike out? You know, I think there's a lot of guys who could change their launch angle, but they're going to end up swinging and missing a lot more. And is that really going to help you in the long run?
Average exit velocity for Trout this year, nearly 93 miles an hour. His high, 109.7.
Right.
Hardest hit ball, 121 by Stanton.
Jeez, 121. My gosh.
Why, it hurts to have that guy along with Aaron Judge on the shelf right now.
Even if you're sitting in center field, it's going to be hurt to catch that ball.
Pete Alonso with a 116. Same for Baez. Teoscar Hernandez, 115. Same for Luis Robert. Just fun to kind of look at some of these new wave analytics that we're seeing kind of filter into the game.
I wish we knew more about somebody like Babe Ruth. You know, what was his exit velocity?
0-2 is high. 1 and 2 on Keandre Jones. Myron Parker on YouTube says, hello to number 21 Lamar Briggs. This is your Uncle Ray. We're watching the game with the whole family here in Indian Trails, North Carolina. Let's go. Good stuff.
Well, Uncle Ray's off to a good start. He produced that run himself pretty much.
Roger Kane says, say hello to Larry and Joan Kubiak from Roger in Roseville. Samantha Thompson on Facebook says, let's go Miles from your host family. Debbie Andrazik says, let's go Ryan. So proud of you. Here's the 2-2. Pop this one up into short right field. Pontius staring straight into the sun, which is not something these guys do all too often. I mean, it's literally kind of the first game here in the doubleheader on Saturday, and obviously the 1 o'clock start is the most on Sunday, but everything else in the USPBL is pretty much 7:05.
That's right.
Home Run Derby starting at 5:30 yesterday with a game happening just after 7, but bring the glasses to the park on the weekend, although they really haven't been able to do that much because of the rain, right?
Right, that's true. We have had rainy weekends. Not today.
Garrett Kieber grounded out to his shortstop counterpart, Anthony Maselli, his first time around.
If you and I were still sitting in our old spot in the stands, we would be dripping by the end of this one.
I think we would have lost 5.5 pounds by this point.
Or lost an announcer, possibly. might have passed out at some point.
I've almost got all my water down, and we haven't even gone through one game. That's not a good sign. Tells you how hot it is outside.
Right.
Just from the pregame, soaking up the rays. Working on the farmer's stand. Here's the 1-1 on Kieber. Outside at 77. Irving is on deck. He singled in his first professional at-bat. He's brought to you by Zach Hart Agency here tonight. Here's a 2-1 from Taylor. Calling for that all the way is Miles Miller. That's a 1-2-3 breeze of an inning here for Jamon Taylor. Ground out, pop out, fly out. We'll see what this Hoppers lineup can do when we get back.
We joined Green Path and instantly felt a support around us.
They developed a plan on paper, and this is how we're going to do it.
The plan that they gave me was something that was sustainable. It was something I could do. It was actually lowering my payments monthly by hundreds of dollars.
Choosing Green Path is a no-brainer.
Can you feel that? Something's changing. A shift from a focus on me to something bigger. Because while it's perfectly fair to ask, what's in it for me? Finding the answer comes from asking, what's in it for we? At TCF Bank, our purpose lies in answering that question, in giving every me the financial strength to make us all a stronger we.
We like to do it before we go out on the weekend.
We do. We do it every week.
Whether we need to or not. We did it today.
It was really dirty.
My parents do it every day.
Hey, kiddo!
Do it every day with the Unlimited Club, only at Jack's Car Wash. Protect your car from the hot summer sun, dust, dirt, and contaminants all summer long with the Jack's Unlimited Club. Join today, starting at just $21.99.
Well, that man with a good start so far in his second start, Dan Griesbaum Jr.
He has. He's been very similar from a stuff perspective, but I just think he's locating better, and I feel like he's mixing things up pretty well and locating, keeping the ball down a little bit better. I sort of like his curveball, personally.
Yeah, it's looked good. Has caught a couple hitters off balance so far here today. Expecting a few more ground balls with those tweaks he was trying to make and trying to burying it low in the zone rather than the deep pop-outs that he saw throughout his start the last time around. Maselli, Pontius, and Shoemaker, your Zach Hart agency three-men due up here in the third. Maselli off to a 196 start at the plate. First pitch curveball. He heard you as that one is outside. (1-0) fastball at 86. Sparks in. Maselli done a good job of getting on base via the walk this year. 13 walks to 12 Ks. Second game in a row he's down deeper in the order with Miles Miller leading off the newcomer.
He got out to a pretty good start this year. It's just been, of late, he's been a little bit cold.
Does create a different look here towards the bottom. Anytime you can have a guy who gets on base. 3-1. He does just that with the free pass here. The first surrendered by Andrzejczyk tonight.
Just for some perspective, too, on Maselli, he was hitting .278 as of August 1st, and now on August 11th, he's, down into the 100s. So, he started to fall pretty fast.
Jordan Pontius 6 for 50 to start his year at the plate. That's in the dirt, and advancing to second base is Anthony Maselli. This looks a little bit like what we saw to begin the second inning for the Mammoths offense. You saw Briggs get on and then steal a base and then capitalize on an opportunity like that. Took third with no outs, and the RBI ground up by half. He got him in. That's why we sit at 1-0 with 2 hits on the board for Westside and 1 for the Hoppers thus far.
Pontius goes the other way pretty well. See if he can advance the runner that way.
Yep. He does just that. Floating and into the glove of Irving as he carried a long way.
You can tell he was trying to go that way. He just didn't get enough of it. You either want to get on top of it and hit a ground ball that can advance the runner for you, or if you can hit it deep enough to right field, you can advance the runner, but he just didn't get enough of that one.
That's something that Paul Noce was kind of looking to get out of him. Hit it the opposite way. That's certainly his strength, and moving runners over. Nearly did that.
think that's why he was in the 2 spot for, pretty frequently. The type of guy that you put there sometimes, someone who can move a runner for you, not necessarily your best hitter, but somebody who's going to make contact and move guys.
He thought at times, Paul Noche did, that it calmed Pontius down when he was in the 2 spot as opposed to other parts in the order, as Shoemaker looks at one for a strike. The catcher here tonight, 191 through 47 at bats in the average column, with 7 RBIs and 3 doubles. Outside at 87. He's got the percentages of a good contact hitter. 75% he makes contact with the ball. Does here as he drives it to right, sending Irving back to the track, and that will get Maselli over to third base.
Off the bat, I thought that ball had a chance to get down, but they're playing him a little deeper than I expected.
Only a swinging strike percentage of 10% for Shoemaker. So just from looking at that and his batted on balls in play, which is at 220, which is pretty low normally for anyone out there. And if you're a decent hitter, that generally flips back, towards the 300 mark if you're going right and getting the luck that you should.
Yeah, I think it should start to trend back up. Plus, he runs pretty well for a catcher, too. Can bunt a little bit.
Good swing on that one, certainly.
It's a big at-bat here early in this game, although it's really not as early as we think.
Very true. This is more like the 7th, yeah.
Right.
Or the 5th for the 7th inning. Kind of have to adjust every which way to
for your
relate it.
Yeah, for your everyday baseball fan, you can think of this like the 7th inning. Chokes up on his bat quite a bit.
Here's the 0-2. Blinder to left center field. That's going to get down and maybe roll a little bit too, all the way to the wall. Around first is Miles Miller as the run has scored, and he will check in with a double here in the 3rd inning, his first RBI in the USPBL.
Big at-bat and a big hit there for Miles Miller. Got a clean slate now. It was that curveball. Maybe not as effective of a pitch against a left-hander, perhaps. It seems to me like he drops down a touch on it. I feel like maybe a left-hander could see that a little bit easier than a right-hander does. But he stayed on it and got enough of it to loop it into left center. Nice piece of hitting.
It had good spin, but just left it over a little bit. And like you said, maybe the difference, the lefty-righty matchup there. Xavier Warren trying to keep it going, the switch hitter. Drops one in at 74 for strike 1. So tied at 1 apiece here in the bottom of inning number 3. It's been a scrappy game offensively for these two teams so far. I wouldn't call it small ball, but, kind of trending in that direction a little bit more with the...
advancing the runners.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And some of the good base running we've seen so far today.
It highlights the importance of not giving up bases, too, as a defense. We've seen wild pitch / pass ball a couple times, and it's played heavily into these runs.
1-1 high and away at 86. And I know bunting in general is not necessarily encouraged, and or when you talk to most managers, they'll say that's not going to get these guys to the next level. I did hear from Jim Essien, though, in terms of Derek Hurt, a guy who has speed and can lay one down. It's an effective part of his game. He's going to start, maybe letting him do that going forward, and especially as we get deeper and deeper into the season, wins are going to become even more important for these teams. A team like the Unicorns who are trying to chase that first place role again.
If you show that you can bunt for a hit, it does cause the third baseman and sometimes the first baseman to play you tighter, and when they do that, you can get more balls through swinging. So it can affect you in multiple ways.
How was it mentally for you when, somebody came in with the infield in at the plate, or they came in at the corners? Did you feel like you wanted to hit it that direction?
You know, that's in that situation, that means there's a man on third base with less than 2 out, and just the type of hitter I was thinking more about trying to elevate the ball to the outfield. You know, I think it can be a happy accident if you hit a ground ball that gets through in that situation, but I think you're still looking to drive the ball to the outfield.
Warren hits a ground ball to Barnes, who completes it over to Jones, and that will end the threat here in the third inning. A leadoff walk comes around to score after the back-to-back flyouts by Pontius and Shoemaker. It's a double off the bat of Miles Miller. The Knots are game up at 1.
Suds on Mound offers plenty of options to get your laundry done. Clean, convenient, and with clear, low pricing. No confusing cards to load or upcharges for hot water, like the other guys. We operate with quarters for one price washes with maximum water settings to get your clothes cleaner, faster. We offer 61 machines, including 3 80-pound washers, the largest in production. Suds on Mound offers self-service, wash, dry, and fold service, and we can even service entryway rugs and king-size downfield comforters. Washes can be done as fast as 16 minutes. Our Speed Queen machines are the only brand still made in America, and we wouldn't have it any other way.
Hi, I'm Jason from Suds on Mound. Come on in, we'll get you clean. All right, Ruby, you're all set.
Mention this ad for 10% off your wash, dry, and fold service.
Order Jimmy John's and we'll bring it to your car door. Leave it at your front door or have it ready for you at our drive-thru. Just use jimmyjohns.com or our app to tell us what sandwiches, drinks, chips, and cookies you're hungry for, when you want it, and how you want it.
Jamon Taylor pitches in a tie game now. A little bit of a sigh of relief maybe for him as he gave up the 1 run back in the second inning. His pitch count very much in order after 3, just 37 pitches. So we could even see him go the distance potentially here today, depending on how things shake out.
Absolutely. I think he's looked, pretty similar to how he did the last time out, except, similar to Andrasic. I think it's been very similar stuff-wise, but I think his command's been a little bit better. In that run, I don't want to say it's not his fault, so to speak, but it's not like he got hit hard. It was just a base hit and a stolen base and just moving runners like we talked about already, but I think he's had a pretty good outing so far.
Here's Irving now. 1 swing of the bat and a single.
Right.
Here in his professional debut. That's not too bad.
Nope. See if he swings first pitch again.
Was the victim of the second out in the 6-4-3 double play to end the first inning. Hit off the bat of Will Johnson in the end. (1-0) flips in with the slurve for strike 1. So fastball, slurve, changeup for Jamon Taylor. And we talked about his outing, his first outing on last weekend. 8-9, the official date against the Woolly Mammoths as well there. 2-run homer by Will Johnson in the first inning. Really settled it down after that. 2-1 is a swing and a miss. Second inning was a hit by pitch, but that was it. Third, a 1-2-3, and his fourth was a leadoff walk, a double play, and a strikeout. So it's a guy they're still, watching closely how they stretch him out as he stretches out the glove for out number 1. Talked to Shane McCaddy about Taylor, and this is obviously a guy that went through the system last year at Coppin State, one of the more decorated pitchers in Coppin State history. Second pitcher ever to reach over 200 Ks in a career. He says he's one of the best people in this league as well, and just has a great personality. We haven't had the chance to catch up with him, but certainly look forward to that when the time comes. Shane says he just has that natural knack for pitching, which is certainly one side of it.
He looks very comfortable out there.
When you have that, prospect status in terms of your velocity and everything tool-wise, athletic-wise that you bring to pitching, but mentality can be a huge thing. You look at a guy like Dontrell Willis, who came, kind of on the top of the baseball world for a while in terms of young arms, came in that Miguel Cabrera trade here to the Tigers, but just couldn't really ever put it together.
Ended up on the disabled list for anxiety, something of that nature.
Here's the 1-1. That's popped back to the screen.
He was considered a big part of that trade when he came over, and people sort of ignore that aspect of it now just because it was still a great trade, just to get Miguel Cabrera, but they signed Willis to a contract extension right when he came over, which turned out to be a big mistake.
1-2 floats low at 76. Rookie of the Year in 2003, an All-Star as well for Dontrell Willis. 160 innings, 3.30 ERA, 58 walks to 142 strikeouts. Here's the 2-2. Ooh, right back at us, but the screen catches it.
Right.
He finished second for the NL Cy Young in 2005, was also an All-Star. He won 22 games that year. Came over to Detroit before the 2008 season. Here's the 2-2. Didn't chase, but called for strike 3 anyway, and Johnson has hit into a double play and now struck out looking. Not at all happy with the call, though.
It was pretty borderline, I think. It had a little bit of swing back action on it, so I think that part of it was deceiving, but I think he's got a legitimate beef there. Jamon's got a smile on his face. So he might have got away with one there.
You look at that trade, it's kind of amazing. Miguel Cabrera, Dontrell Willis to the Tigers for Dallas Traherne, Burke Badenhop, Frankie De La Cruz, Cameron Maben, Andrew Miller, and Mike Ribello. Now, Andrew Miller had become one of the better back-end guys in the pen, and now we see the third swing of things for Cameron Maben through the Detroit organization. But at that time...
Sure. Cameron Maben turned out to be a serviceable major leaguer, certainly. And Andrew Miller, becoming a reliever was nowhere on the radar at that time. It looked like he was going to be a starting pitcher. Nobody saw that reliever thing coming, I don't think. But, the crazy thing is there were people even back then that wondered if the Tigers gave up too much prospect-wise, which is silly. It's just it's a good lesson for the future. Those trades, it's getting known commodities like that. If you're at all a contending club, you got to take the known commodities.
A prospect is a prospect.
Right.
And I think we've talked about this before in terms of the delivery value system, everything that's brought to, the USPBL and everybody that Justin Orenduff and his separate company works with. That can potentially be a hot commodity for any major league team, as they not only look at guys who are throwing in high school and college.
Sure.
To predict arm injuries or
and
tweaks
guys,
they can make, or maybe they're not at the level they could be, but they see, he's got the great fastball, he's got the great breaking ball, but he doesn't have the command, and now they know what they can do to make the great command be what it needs to be.
And with the guys that you have too, it's is this as good as they're ever going to be, and if so, do we trade them now?
2-2 lined his way into right. Lamar Briggs breaks up the 1-2-3 bid here in the fourth for Jamon Taylor. Briggs is 2 for 2 here tonight.
See if he swipes another bag, too. I think you look at just locally here in Detroit, you look at both Michael Fulmer and Matt Boyd, guys that had a really good trade market at one time, guys that you could have turned around for some pretty good prospects had you traded them at the top of their worth, and ended up in Fulmer's case with the injury, and in Boyd's case he's just off to a real bad start this year. Not sure what's going on there.
Yeah, everybody's surprised by that one, certainly,
but that's how it goes. It's tough. I mean, I was working for that organization when we traded Curtis Granderson for some guy that nobody was interested in, named Max Scherzer.
Max Scherzer.
And you would have thought that, we picked up the 10 Commandments and smashed them right in the middle of the floor, the way the people responded to that trade. It was just fans calling all day long saying they're never going to come to another game, and How could you do this to us? All that kind of stuff. And it's just, it shows. Maybe, the average fan, we don't know sometimes.
So I drove on the bus my freshman year of high school and was picked up at St. Joan of Arc Grade School, not too far from where you live and where I grew up.
Yep.
I remember exclusively
You don't see that
day.
every day.
Yeah, swing and a miss as Shoemaker threw down to second base, but that is the end of the inning here for the Mammoths. Still a 1-1 tie. You're on the USPBL Network.
Looking for a great rate on a new vehicle? Introducing our credit union's Drive promotion with rates as low as 1.89% and no payments for 90 days. Or refinance and save on your current auto loan with our 1% lower guarantee. You can now get pre-approved and close a loan remotely with our convenient online application process. Stop in today or visit ourcuonline.org/drive to drive away happy.
Ryan Andrazik out for his fourth inning of work. Trevor McKinley, Zach Gray, and Riley Mahalik, the heart of the order, due up. We saw a single run come across to score in the third inning. A walk by Anthony Maselli. Fly out by Pontius. It was shallow, and Irving did a good job to get it in quickly, so it kept Maselli at second base at that point after advancing on the pass ball. But then a fly out by Shoemaker moved him over to third, and the double by Miles Miller secured a tie game before the ground out by Xavier Warren. So these single runs, not much of a story comes behind them, but the runs, right?
It's just one of those kind of games where it shows how important each base is, not giving up free bases, taking the extra base when you have the opportunity, moving runners.
So getting back to that thought really quick, just to make some sense out of what I was saying, because it didn't really make sense where we left it, but freshman year of high school, getting on the bus after school at 4:30. The bus driver, big baseball fan, name was Wayne, talked all the time about baseball, but he said, they traded Granderson. And I remember the field was like, what? They traded Granderson for Scherzer and Austin Jackson? And I was like, you come at it again 3 years later, and you're like, wow, another great trade by Dombrowski.
Yep, wouldn't have been in the World Series in 2012 or the ALCS in 11 or 13 without that.
Swing and a miss here by Trevor McKinley. Right side of the infield, back on the cut of the grass here is the slurve, or the curveball, or maybe the slider. I'm getting these pitchers mixed up here. Eric says slider, so I'm going to go with that for ball 2. 2-1 as that spray to left field, going to hang up in the air. Johnson has some speed, won't catch up with it though, and it stays in play. And McKinley has his second double of the year.
Hit it where it's pitched. Showed pretty good pop the other way there. I didn't think that was going to go as far as it did.
Off the bat at 76, was able to carry its way that direction. There's a slight breeze blowing right to left. So maybe that boosted it a few seams over.
Good opportunity here for Gray to at least move a runner if he can pull a ball.
He had a single back in the second inning. Here's a 0-1. Golf to second base. Barnes stays down, and that will advance the runner. We've seen a lot of those type plays today. That's why you almost pull out the small ball card. But
it's a nice job by, cleanup hitter. Just a nice piece of hitting. Did what he was supposed to do. And Riley Mahalik's a pretty good RBI guy, so they're in a pretty good spot here to take the lead.
Tough double play for Riley. Jones made a really nice pick over at first base, tapped the bag, threw it over to second. And just like that, They were out of the second inning. Wow, he goes right back there. Gonna come home this time, gonna bounce, and the lead runner and go-ahead run will score here in the fourth.
Pretty aggressive base running there by McKinley. Jones was playing in, and he decided to challenge him, and he won the challenge. Jones didn't make a good enough throw.
Already his third run scored of the year. Greg Vaughn Jr. comes up now with a runner on first and 1 out. They have not gone up with an error on the board. It's questionable.
Yeah, could go either way, really. It could be a fielder's choice with an RBI if you judge that the run would have scored even on a better throw. But if you feel the run scored only because of a less than average throw, then you could call it an error.
It was going to be a close play, certainly at the plate. Elmer would have had to put it right on him. I thought he definitely had a good shot to do so. There's a liner to right field carrying Irving back and took a great route to it to collect out number 2. And Mahalik was scampering quite far off the bag.
And we shouldn't forget the important thing is a run scored there, and we're heading into the last inning.
Very true, yes.
It's a big run either way.
Dugan Darnell warming up for the Hoppers currently. Also some action in the Mammoths pen. I believe that's Tasker Strobel warming up for the Mammoths. We saw him the other day for the first time. Marco Becerril, a new arm that we have not seen at all from the tryout, is back, and that goes through the 5-hole to Jones. Around the second base bag into third is Mahalik, and now we have first and third with 2 outs, and that will probably surely go for an error on Jones.
Yeah, I think Jones is starting to let one mistake compound into another mistake there. That's a ball that you really just cannot let by you as a first baseman. Even if you drop to your knees and smother that, you're out of the inning. It's just a ball that cannot get by you.
So do you think we'll see Darnell or Taylor?
I think we'll see Darnell.
56 pitches for Taylor. That's probably right on the edges of where they wanted to go with him. They're still trying to completely stretch him out this year.
It's a safe situation. That's Darnell's wheelhouse, and I think we'll see him.
And he got a pretty good taste in the mouth of Taylor, kind of finishing his outing as well.
Yeah.
Not that it wasn't after the last outing, but
sure,
2 pretty good outings in a row. Runner in motion to second base, and Maselli going to swipe a TCF Bank stolen base here in the fourth. That's his 5th steal of the year. And Drazik just trying to focus on Pontius and get out of the inning here. Corner of the infielder slightly in, middle of the infield back. With 2 outs here, the outfield slightly in as well, as that 87-mile-per-hour fastball is outside. Pontius, we talked about how he likes to spray it the other way when he's going well. He did that in his first at-bat to right field. Just floated a little bit too much in the air for Irving, who hammered it home. 3-1, and the number 8 hitter here. Popped him up. Gonna reach the edge of the outfield to Johnson, and he is able to collect it for the 3rd out here. A run does score. It's the leadoff double by McKinley. He's plated by the errant throw by Jones as Trevor aggressively charged home, and that's why it's 2-1 Hoppers. The race now.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward. Not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
Welcome back to Jimmy John's Field. You see the Chevy cars out. Bel Air in the lead here. They're affected by the heat, I think, here. But
I think they're thinking about game 2.
Let's check your senior spotlight, brought to you by Michigan Schools and Government Credit Union. Today from Dakota High School, it's Madeline St. Pierre. Loved being a part of the USPBL dance crew since its inception. We'd love to have her here if things were a little bit more normal here at Jimmy John's Field. Who had to become a Chippewa
All right.
Central Michigan University.
Can you guys hear me clap? Can you hear me clapping on the air or no?
Golf clap.
Right. I like it. That's all good stuff. Goes to a Mac school, going to CMU. I like it. She's on the dance crew. I like all that stuff.
Hoffman Dental pitching change. The closer in. It's Dugan Darnell. 2 saves for Darnell so far this year. He's tied with Raven Martin on the hoppers for the most. 18 1/3 on the bump so far. 14 walks to 32 strikeouts thus far.
You know, we saw him touch 95 last night in the All-Star game. He's getting better and better, I think, as he goes.
He was a part of that combined no-hitter. Gave up just a walk in the 6th inning. He pitched to contact a little bit more than we're used to seeing. So the walk's kind of the only red flag so far on Dugan Darnell. 1-0 is low to Ross Haffey. Power on power here. Here's the 2-0. Outside. 3-0 on Ross Haffey. Don't want to start this way.
No.
Especially in a tight 1-run game. Fastball, curveball, splitter for Darnell. Uses the splitter the least at 10%. Here's the 3-0. High. Walked him.
Got to wonder if maybe the Mammoths will bring in Wheatley to pinch run here. Shanti Wheatley, who we haven't seen yet, but is active today. The tying run on, you probably don't want Haffey there. Isaiah Cullum also available, possibly to run. Yep, and there he goes. I think that is Wheatley.
Yep, Wheatley wearing number 41, a guy we saw in the USPBL last year. A few swipe bags for him. So trying to give them the best opportunity to tie up this game in the 5th inning. Jamal Howard, he's a guy with one swing of the bat that could give you a lead.
No doubt about it. Wheatley could go, too, because Darnell doesn't hold guys on great.
Strike 1 to Howard. He has his average exit velo up to 91 now. Has the highest launch angle in the league at 27.4. So when he gets a hold, it goes pretty far.
Exactly.
Hit that one at 108 the other night.
Sounds simple enough, but he's just got to put a good swing on a good pitch more consistently.
Landon Barnes, your Zach Hart agency man on deck, and then it would be Keandre Jones if they can get a rally brewing here. Fastball at 93. Already hard to hit enough, says Jamal Howard for strike 2.
Right.
Corner infielders are in tight towards the line. Xavier Warren trying to give himself a little extra space to turn a double play possibly here. 0-2 is shifted that direction as he uncorks the splitter that time.
Looked like Wheatley was thinking about going there, and he sort of got caught. He went for sort of a half a jump, but Darnell hadn't lifted yet, so he had to come back.
Howard, 182 average. Swing and a miss. That's a big out by Dugan Darnell.
Reach back a little something extra there.
So now he has the bottom of the order to try to retire here. Makes it a little bit easier. Landon Barnes today 0 for 3. Or 0 for 1, I beg your pardon, with a ground out to Maselli.
I let Wheatley go at some point here. It's just a matter of picking the right pitch.
First pitch inside to Landon Barnes. First game of a doubleheader here. The Hoppers trying to notch a close win. Off of first base here. Gray is going to tag him on the belly button there for out number 2. How about that?
Can't let that happen as a pinch runner with a right-handed pitcher. Darnell doesn't throw over very much, but he picked the right time to go over there. And there's just really no reason for that to happen as a pinch runner. You know, he hasn't. You're looking at his feet. You're waiting for him to lift before you go, and he didn't lift. So there's really no reason to get picked.
That's a Sherwood Brewing pickle. Tomorrow at Sherwood Brewing, not too far here from Jimmy John's Field, you can pick up a half-off pickle pizza. So go do that for sure. We had one the other day. It was good. 1-0 is in there for strike 1 on Landon Barnes. Keandre Jones on deck here. And then they could turn it over to the top of the order if they can get another run on. But Dugan Darnell in the driver's seat here all of a sudden. 1-1 is below 2-1. So Dugan Darnell with his pitches all put together, a 19% swinging strike percentage. We looked at the Major League average before the game today, and they view 16% or higher as excellent. So that's some good translatable stats there for Darnell as they appeal over to first base, but Barnes did not go, in danger of walking a second hitter here in the 5th with the bases clear. And there's not a lot of guys that come close to that. Noah Goetze is pretty decent. The set number 2 game starter for the Hoppers at 12%. Here's the 3-1 in there for strike 2. That's the big changeup that kind of drives up that rate for Goetze. Throws that in fastball counts most of the time.
It seems to me that getting a swing and miss rate on a breaking ball would be easier than a fastball.
3-2, line drive to center field. Miles Miller has to come in on it, dives, and he made the catch! Wow, Miles Miller stamps the save and the victory for the Hoppers here today.
Excellent jump. Excellent jump. He came in on it hard and laid out. Good thing he got it, because if that one gets behind him, we may have a tie game. It might have gone all the way to the wall.
Little stop, drop, and roll, too, as he hung on. Not easy to do as a tumbling outfielder.
Right.
Trying to hold on to the baseball as well.
It's an interesting ball game, just the way that the runs were pieced together. Not really any what you'd call a big hit, but just advancing runners and taking extra bases, and it all added up to be a victory for the Hoppers.
On the nice 2-1 victory overall, Jamon Taylor, there he is, pitched pretty well, and he gave up 1 run back in the second inning. It was after a leadoff single by Lamar Briggs. So game 2, I'd say approximately, 7:10, 7:15. Given it's 6:44 here, the Scott's grounds crew will get going and get this field ready to play for game number 2. Good pitching matchup in game 2. It's Noah Goetze and Ben McKendall. Talk about them a little bit more later in the broadcast. For now, I'll send it to break, and after that, some USPBL programming here on the network. Stick with us.
Eastside, we're the Diamond Hoppers. Ain't too many of the teams can defeat us. You on the sideline, warming up the benches. Need a lesson, I can show you, I can teach ya. You see a Diamond Hopper fan, point 'em out. Ayy, fly ball, catch a frog, walk it out. Ayy, every time we score, I'm throwing up my diamond. Both hands in the air, same time, and let's rock. Diamond Hoppers, Eastside Diamond Hoppers. Diamond Hoppers, we the Eastside Diamond Hoppers. Diamond Hoppers, Eastside Diamond Hoppers. Diamond Hoppers, we the Eastside Diamond Hoppers.
When you need emergency care, you want your hospital to be ready for whatever comes through the door. Ready for any injury and any illness. Ready to respond at the speed of emergencies. That's why McLaren Macomb built a new emergency department. With advanced technology, clinical expertise, and 68 private exam rooms, we're Macomb County's largest emergency department, and we're ready for you whenever you need us. That's emergency care at McLaren Macomb. That's doing what's best.
From the very get-go in your major, you are doing things involved with your major. And they really do a good job with finding professors that not only know what they're talking about, but know how to teach what they're talking about.
Here, the professor cares about your success and is willing to work for it with you.
You get the intensive care from each professor. You get the interactions with different students, both in and outside of your major.
There's always something happening on campus. There's always something to do. Go visit campus and really experience everything that campus has to offer. Once you do that, it makes up your mind for you.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. FSBcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities. Where good neighbors do great things. Member FDIC and Equal Housing Lender.
At midnight, when the ATM cruelly devours your card. At 6 a.m., when your credit goes down the drain. Or at 10 p.m., when you realize your credit card went on vacation without you. Michigan First is here. With our 24-hour call center, online banking with live chat, mobile banking, and branches near you. Michigan First. You have our attention 24/7.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well-earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
Make your move with a quick and easy mortgage from Genesis Credit Union. We have mortgages to fit your life. Genesis Credit Union. Visit us today.
DTE Energy customers can get their share of huge lifetime energy cost savings. How? By using our website. The Oslin's new programmable thermostat saved them a bundle. And their new efficient furnace earned them a hefty rebate. All over Michigan, people like the Oslins are saving. Why not you? There are always new ways to save at dteenergy.com/saveenergy. DTE Energy.
Catch the Chevy Equinox at your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Lease a 2020 Equinox LT front-wheel drive for just $261 a month for 36 months. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
From the very get-go in your major, you are doing things involved with your major. And they really do a good job with finding professors that not only know what they're talking about, but know how to teach what they're talking about.
Here, the professor cares about your success and is willing to work for it with you.
You get the intensive care from each professor. You get the interactions with different students both in and outside of your major.
There's always something happening on campus. There's always something to do. Go visit campus and really experience everything that campus has to offer. Once you do that, it makes up your mind for you.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
We really were fortunate to get out when we did. Losing our family photos, our wedding pictures, can't replace it.
Can you imagine losing everything you've got? You realize that it's the little things in life that matter. Things that they thought were damaged and thrown away, all of a sudden they magically reappear. And you see the human spirit come back.
It's our pictures.
To be able to put you safely back in your home matters to us. People matter. People count. At Belfour, we're restoring more than property.
The difference that we bring to pediatric care isn't just the fact that we care deeply about our patients and want to partner with their parents in delivering the best care for their children, because a lot of pediatricians can deliver great care. What we do differently at Campground Pediatrics is we offer a different environment to deliver that care, and we offer personal service in a way that many practices can't.
Jeremy and Dan back with you here from Jimmy John's Field. A tight game 1, 2-1 your final score in favor of the Hoppers here today. The difference, a leadoff double down the left field line by Trevor McKinley. A ball that just kind of carried and carried and carried. He got to second base by himself on the pass ball in the end. The fielder's choice by Mahalik put runners on first and third, and then the ultimate play down to first base by Jones sent running home McKinley, and he was able to score via the slide. It was off the glove of Elmer in the end, but overall a fairly well-pitched game by both sides.
It was just really razor-thin margins that made the difference in that game. You know, a lot of times on a ball like that, the guy on third base doesn't even break for home. You know, Jones was playing kind of even with the bag, maybe a little bit in, and a pretty decently hit ball. A lot of times you're not going to challenge the first baseman on that ball, but he did, and he got away with it, and it made the difference.
Noah Goetze and Ben McKendall set to go on the bump in Game 2. What are you expecting out of those guys?
Well, those are pretty steady guys. I mean, those are a couple of the starters that each of these teams are really building their staff around. Goetze's had kind of an extended time off with a little bit of a tender arm situation, but the last time he was out there looked pretty good. You know, didn't throw a ton of pitches, but it was a good outing as far as something to build on, I think, and see if he can take another step today. He's got good stuff, fastball around 90, his curveball's got a lot of action on it, so you know, I expect good things out of him, and maybe even a better outing than he had the last time out. And McKendall's a guy that just always kind of gives you a chance to win. He's just pretty steady out there.
There's Dugan Darnell getting his sprints in. He worked a nice 5th inning which is AK the 7th inning, AK the 9th inning in the 5-inning format. Leadoff walk in the end. Strikeout by Jamal Howard, and then the pinch runner Wheatley able to be picked off at first base before the line out to center field by Landon Barnes.
It's another key
to end it.
Another real key to that game was that pickoff. So, you know, if he steals a base as opposed to getting picked off there, we could be looking at a totally different 5th inning.
Game 2 getting close here on the USPBL Network just after the top of the hour. For now, take a look at some of the highlights from yesterday's 2-0 All-Star game win for the East Squad.
We really were fortunate to get out when we did. Losing our family photos, our wedding pictures, can't replace it.
Can you imagine losing everything you've got? You realize that it's the little things in life that matter. Things that they thought were damaged and thrown away, all of a sudden they magically reappear. And you see the human spirit come back.
It's our pictures.
To be able to put you safely back in your home matters to us. People matter. people count. At Belfour, we're restoring more than property.
Welcome back to Jimmy John's Field. The field is lined again, getting ready for Game 2. Coming at you shortly here on the USPBL Network. 2-0 win. Tight win in Game 1 overall for the Eastside Diamond Hoppers. Able to score a run in the 4th and count on the arm of Dugan Darnell to pick up his 3rd save of the year here in the 5th inning in Game 1. 7-inning game in Game 2 here. Let's take a peek at the starting lineups first for the visiting Westside Woolly Mammoths, brought to you by AAA of Michigan. And to Dan Griesbaum we go for tonight's lineup.
All right, as usual, we got Garrett Kieber leading it off, playing shortstop. Hitting 2, the newcomer, Marquise Irving. Will Johnson, 3rd, playing left. Lamar Briggs, one of the stars the last couple games, playing 3rd base. Ross Haffey, the Derby champion, at 1st. Jamal Howard in center. Barnes at 2nd. Isaiah Cullum will get the start for Game 2 behind the plate. Keandre Jones will DH, and Ben McKendall on the mound for the Woolly Mammoths.
The other end for the Eastside Diamond Hoppers, the home team here today, also sponsored by AAA. What do you got, Dan?
We got Miles Miller leading off again and playing center. Xavier Warren will be behind the plate for this one, moving over from 3rd base. Trevor McKinley, who had the big double last game, playing right field. Zach Gray, as always, at 1st. Riley Mahalik at 3rd. Greg Vaughn Jr. back in left. Jalen Smith will get the start in this one and DHing. Jordan Pontius and Anthony Maselli at the Keystone.
Now time to take a look at your pitching comparison, brought to you by Denso, as always, here tonight. It's Noah Goetzies on the Hoppers side and Ben McKendall for the Mammoths, 2 of the solid arms here in the USPBL, Dan.
Yeah, Goetzies is, I think, he's an all-star, and he's considered to be one of the better guys in this league. As I mentioned already, had a little bit of the tender arm situation there for a while, and I think they're looking to maybe build him back up at this point. And, I'm interested to see what we get out of him today. I think it's a chance for him to take another step in the right direction and have a really good outing. Ben McKendall is a guy who's been steady, hasn't had a victory yet for his club, but he's been a lot better, I think, than what maybe the win-loss record might indicate. He gives his team a chance to win, has had a little bit of hard luck so far, but is a steady veteran on this team that'll keep you in more games than not.
The lineups are set. The field is lined, getting ready for Game 2 of baseball here in this double dip on the USPBL Network. Opening pitch shortly.
When you are in need of air conditioning services, turn to the experienced professionals at McQuaid Heating and Cooling, Plumbing and Refrigeration. Since 1970, we've been delivering high-quality air conditioning installation and repair services. Call for a free estimate today. Let us help you be cool and comfortable. For comprehensive HVAC services, contact McQuaid Heating and Cooling, Plumbing and Refrigeration today.
As we continue to respond to COVID-19 in our communities, Ascension Michigan is with you in this, and we are doing what matters to keep you safe in our care. At our hospitals and sites of care across the state, Ascension Michigan has additional safeguards in place. We are limiting visitors, ensuring proper social distancing in our waiting rooms, offering more online visits, and performing rigorous procedures to clean and disinfect. Our care teams are delivering babies and performing surgery. Now more than ever, it's important not to delay your health care. Schedule your appointments. Make sure children are getting their vaccinations. And if you have an emergency, don't wait. Go straight to your closest Ascension ER. Thank you for continuing to protect yourself and our community by washing your hands, wearing a face covering, and social distancing. Our doctors, nurses, and staff are ready for you when you need us. This is what we do best.
The Weingarts family is honored to be celebrating 75 years of helping families like yours with your lawn equipment needs. While the equipment has changed, our grandfather's founding values and commitment to quality still drive our business.
We carry top brands like Exmark, Toro, Honda, Cub Cadet, and more. See the full lineup at Weingarts.com.
Whether it's new equipment, parts, or service, we work to earn your trust in each of our 6 locations.
From our family to yours, thank you for letting us serve you.
Weingarts, everything from lawn to snow.
Catch the Chevy Colorado at your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Lease a 2020 Colorado LT 4-wheel drive crew cab for just $229 a month for 24 months. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
All the opportunities I've been given, I would not have been able to get at bigger universities.
Here, the professor cares about your success and is willing to work for it with you.
So much preparation for the future.
I couldn't imagine being anywhere else.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
They call it the 1,000-year flood. They were having homes and businesses flooded, and roads were being washed out.
My entire house is going to be flooded. Okay, do you have a second story?
A lot of fear that we were going to lose a lot of people. When we heard the police station was flooded, we immediately gave them our command center to operate out of.
Belfour was our savior. Sheldon and his team restored 25 of our businesses and more than 1,500 residences.
At Belfour, we're restoring more than property.
Order Jimmy John's and we'll bring it to your car door. Leave it at your front door or have it ready for you at our drive-thru. Just use jimmyjohns.com or our app to tell us what sandwiches, drinks, chips, and cookies you're hungry for. When you want it and how you want it. We're ready.
Welcome back to Jimmy John's Field, getting ready for Game 2 of this doubleheader. The Hoppers winning the 5-inning Game 1, 2-1 overall. Jamon Taylor getting the start. 4 innings, 3 hits, 1 run, 1 earned. No walks, 4 strikeouts. 57 pitches deep as we continue to kind of see him pitch more and more. He's going to get deeper and deeper into games.
Yeah, we'll see if he ends up settling into an actual rotation type role for the Hoppers. I think they have a spot for somebody like that. They've got Zane Collins, who's been pretty regular. Goatsees could certainly fall into a regular spot there. Revels has been there occasionally, but he's really a taxi squad guy too. So we'll see who ends up becoming that third regular starter for them. He's certainly making a bid for it at this point.
Remind you can always chime in with us on Facebook and YouTube. Christian Gibbons, one of our directors on the regular here at the United Shore Professional Baseball League, commented after Game 1, I say Dan and Jeremy need a theme song.
Any ideas?
I don't. That'd be a great question. I don't know what that would be, but us standing there with a microphone waving around, I don't know.
I don't know.
Maybe you have suggestions at home. You can chime in with us on Facebook and YouTube about that as well.
Why not?
First person to guess the final score of Game 2 will win a JJ the Field General plush toy. Post your game score guest in the comments section of Facebook and YouTube before the end of the second inning. Limit 1 guess per fan, so you can chime in with that. Opening pitch of Game 2, Ben McKendall and Noah Goatsees going at it. Coming up soon here on the USPBL Network.
Looking for a great rate on a new vehicle? Introducing our credit union's Drive promotion with rates as low as 1.89% and no payments for 90 days. Or refinance and save on your current auto loan with our 1% lower guarantee. You can now get pre-approved and close a loan remotely with our convenient online application process. Stop in today or visit ourcuonline.org/drive to drive away happy.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward. Not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well-earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
All the opportunities I've been given, I would not have been able to get at bigger universities.
Here, the professor cares about your success and is willing to work for it with you.
So much preparation for the future.
I couldn't imagine being anywhere else.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
Catch the Chevy Colorado at your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Lease a 2020 Colorado LT four-wheel drive crew cab for just $229 a month for 24 months. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
As we continue to respond to COVID-19 in our communities, Ascension Michigan is with you in this, and we are doing what matters to keep you safe in our care. At our hospitals and sites of care across the state, Ascension Michigan has additional safeguards in place. We are limiting visitors, ensuring proper social distancing in our waiting rooms, offering more online visits, and performing rigorous procedures to clean and disinfect. Our care teams are delivering babies and performing surgery. Now more than ever, it's important not to delay your health care. Schedule your appointments. Make sure children are getting their vaccinations. And if you have an emergency, don't wait. Go straight to your closest Ascension ER. Thank you for continuing to protect yourself and our community by washing your hands, wearing a face covering, and social distancing. Our doctors, nurses, and staff are ready for you when you need us. This is what we do best.
Getting ready for Game 2 of the doubleheader here today. What are your keys to Game 2, Dan?
Well, Game 2 of a doubleheader is always sort of a wild card. You know, the vast majority of professional baseball doubleheaders end up in a split, you know, as we've talked about before. I think the Hoppers could potentially still have an edge in this game, though, if Goetzies is able to go out there and pitch as we know he's capable of. If he's been able to put the arm soreness behind him completely, I think that they would still have an edge in this one, and I'm going to consider him really the key piece to this game. I think he could keep up the momentum from Game 1 and come out here and shut him down potentially.
Garrett Kieber, Irving, and Johnson, your Zach Hart agency, 3 men on deck here to begin the first as Kieber looks at a ball low. That one in for strike one. Kieber in Game 1, ground out and a fly out. Only run for the Mammoths coming in the second inning after the leadoff single. 1-2 is a line drive and going to sink its way in front of Juan Jr. out there for a leadoff hit for Kieber.
He played that one pretty safe there. I think if he was a little more aggressive, he might have had a shot to come in and get that.
Let's check the defense behind Noah Goetzies here. It's Vaughn Jr. in left, Miles Miller ended the game in Game 1 with a sliding play. McKinley and right, Mahalik and Gray on the corners, Pontius and Maselli back as a double play combo here in Game 2, and Xavier Warren completing the battery here tonight. Certainly a lot more catching reps for Xavier Warren lately, and that's something that you're going to see, I'm sure, throughout the second half of the season as well. Played third base last night in the All-Star game just because of the catching depth overall. This week, seems like a primary unicorn and hopper for a long time, maybe 2 weeks in a row. He was hitting in the middle of that Beavers lineup consistently. Here's the 2-0 on the corner for strike one. And I'm sure a lot of that is going to depend on, you know, how many games some of these teams have that particular week. At this point, Xavier's nearly playing every day.
He may as well get used to it. He's going to play this game a long time, I think. Season after season, day after day. It's a grind.
Outfield spread out against Irving. Guy who has some speed. Here's the 3-1 pitch, low and inside. He walked him. So first and second against Noah Goetze. Comes into this game with 16 innings under his belt and a 2.25 ERA. 9 walks to 15 strikeouts. So some of that probably has to do with the soreness that he was experiencing, because really you look all throughout his career, he's a low walk and high K guy through and through. Last year, 8 walks to 50 strikeouts here in the USPBL. Popped up the bunt, and that went foul.
Tough to do much better than that stat.
Yeah. I mean, you look at Major League Baseball, and the really good pitchers are, you know, 1 to 3 in terms of the ratio, walks to strikeouts, but, you know, that's 1 to 5, right, exactly. Even a little better.
Pretty crazy.
Mahalik is in at third base here for the Hoppers. This is another guy that has some wheels out there as he checks it foul. First at bat last year for Will Johnson as a Westside Woolly Mammoth was a grand slam. He showed that power certainly all throughout college. 25 home runs his last 2 years at Eastern Kentucky. They're transferring from Georgia State. In there for strike 3. Beautiful location at 89. And Goetze gets a big-time strikeout for out number 1.
2 straight Ks looking for Johnson.
Yeah, he hit into a 6-4-3 double play in inning 1 of the doubleheader. Then a strikeout looking in the 4th and a strikeout looking here in the 1st. Get a second look at it here in our YouTube monitor, and a frustrated face there for Will Johnson. He was like, wow, that was a that was right there.
That was a huge K for Goetze early here too.
Goetze's going to deliver this home as Briggs granted a late time. He had a productive day at the plate in game 1. He's now 4 for 10 on the year. Couple singles and a run scored back in the 2nd. The only one for the Mammoths here today. Oh, and 1 quickly on Lamar Briggs. Ross Haffey, Jamal Howard. Your Zach Hart agency men do next with 1 out here in the 1st. Leadoff single by Keeber, walk by Irving. Fastball low. Goetze has the fastball, the cutter, the curveball, the changeup, all with above average spin. I mean, when you look at a fastball that's nearly 2,400 on the spin rate, that tells you something. Pipe to the outfield, Gray and everybody else going after it. Nobody makes the catch.
Wow. 3 guys all involved there. 2 of them laying out and the other guy picking the ball up.
Everybody's safe. Keeber and Irving had to slow up and make sure that ball wasn't caught before advancing. Irving to second, Lamar Briggs to first, and he has a 3-hit doubleheader thus far, 3 for 3.
Hit them where they ain't, in this case.
Ross Haffey, tough day at the plate in the All-Star game, but has bounced around here or bounced back here today. RBI ground out in the second and a walk in the fifth. Had a pair of ground balls yesterday in the All-Star game, including a 6-4-3 inning double play in the fifth. That's off the glove, and a run might score here. Keeper with good speed comes home, no throw, and it's 1-0 Mammoths early on here.
And that's a pass ball. That's one Warren should have. Not sure if he got crossed up or just had a little different late movement to it that maybe he wasn't expecting, but that's one he should have.
Take a second peek here at our YouTube monitor. Yeah, it didn't look like he was necessarily crossed up, but just didn't catch it.
Had some action on it, I think, but he'd like to have that back.
Swing and a miss at 90 miles an hour there from Haffey. Haffey's kind of gotten away from the home run type swing of late. He's not exactly happy with his production right now. And it's funny, you know, you hear that from him. I mean, I talked to him yesterday before the home run derby, and you think, maybe he doesn't win this one because he's trying to go through tweaks. But no, he hits 45, 21 in the middle round.
He can go back and forth, I guess.
You
know, that pass ball with Haffey at the plate, who's not a great runner, the pass ball takes away the double play, too, in addition to allowing that run.
Fly ball here. This should be enough to get in another run. McKinley does have a good arm as they're going to test it back to the middle of the diamond. They might have a play at third. They do, but that's through, and now they'll try to get a second run. And standing up, going to home is Lamar Briggs. It's 3-0 Mammoths here in the first.
It's just sloppy. It was a good idea to cut that ball. They would have had the man at third, I believe. And if you get him quick enough at third, then that actually nullifies the run scoring, too. So it was a good idea, but just in execution, it didn't work out.
So Ross Haffey will be credited with 1 RBI on the sac fly. Second one comes in on the air, and here's Jamal Howard now. Single, walk, strikeout, single, sac fly. The line against Goatsees here in the first. He's going to get out of it if Maselli can hang on, which he does, just in front of the belly button there as he hops up and hangs on. 3-0 lead for the Mammoths. Good sight for them as we head to the bottom of the first on the USPBL Network.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At FSBCares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. FSBCares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities.
Where good neighbors do great things.
Member FDIC and Equal Housing Lender.
Piloting a hot air balloon is my wife's passion, and she couldn't have a better wingman than my Chevy Equinox. Its stylish design rises above the rest, and with its 4G LTE Wi-Fi plus great gas mileage, Equinox keeps us connected mile after mile. With my Equinox, the sky isn't the limit.
Lease a 2020 Equinox LT front-wheel drive for just $261 a month. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
There's Ben McKendall looking to have a bounce-back outing here tonight. Something to note, today, August 15th, his last start August 5th, so that's a 10-day gap. And generally, here in the USPBL, they do have a little bit longer gap than the normal 5-day, starting kind of rotation just because of how the games fall. It usually ranges, 6-7 days, but McKendall sitting down for 10 here today, maybe working through mechanical tweaks as well. 5 innings in his last start, 6 hits, given up 3 runs, 2 earned, 1 walk to 3 Ks, and 72 innings, or 72 innings, 72 pitches of work.
I thought his defense was a little sloppy behind him the last time around. There was the one unearned run, but even outside of that, I thought there were some balls they could have caught that they didn't. And it's just a little bit hard luck the last time around.
Well, a big happy birthday shout out to one of our valued watchers / listeners, Jerry Parent. Happy 76th birthday here today.
Did we notice if he's watching today or if he's celebrating or both?
It's a good question. I have not seen him come up on the chats quite yet. Is this one whistled to left but foul? Miles Miller, Xavier Warren, Trevor McKinley hitting at the top of the Hoppers lineup here tonight. That look brought to you by Zach Hart Agency. Jeremy Idle alongside Dan Griesbaum Jr. to bring the call here tonight in Game 2 of this double dip from Jimmy John's Field. The 0-2 whittled foul. Pulled the string at 80 with the changeup there. Fastball, changeup, slider, cutter for Ben McKendall. Hasn't thrown the cutter a whole lot looking across all starts, but 2 starts ago when he had his really good one, 6 innings and only 2 hits and no runs, he threw it quite a bit for strikes. Ten walks to 26 strikeouts on the year for McKendall and a 3.67 ERA. Gets the most swings and misses on the slider and the changeup on his secondary pitches.
It's a lot for a changeup. About 25%. It's pretty good. They always tell young pitchers when they first start throwing changeups growing up, don't think of it as a swing and miss pitch. You know, just think of it as something you want to throw for a strike and get a guy out front, hit a ground ball possibly.
We talked about it a little bit in the last game. Here's the 1-2. Swing and a miss by Miles Miller for out number 1.
That looked like a changeup, I think, just to the naked eye.
Yep, it was. Major league, royalty, if you will, in terms of swinging strike percentage is 16%. Ben McKendall has a 14% swinging strike percentage.
I'd love to know just on a changeup in the major leagues what is considered elite. I gotta believe it's lower than 16, but there are some guys in the big leagues that have that Bugs Bunny change, so there's always exceptions.
What does Goodson get on his?
That's a good question.
Hasn't been throwing it all too much, though, really, to start the year, so the numbers might not speak to...
I would think he gets a lot, just judging by what it looks like, but...
Here's a 1-0. Low for ball 2. Xavier Warren, second consecutive game, hitting in the 2-hole here today for Paul Nochi's squad. He's 0 for 2 in this doubleheader thus far. Line drive down the right field line. Baby's going to get fair and roll into the corner. That's troubled territory. Xavier Warren to second base. Good job by Irving to get to it quickly. And a 1-out double for Xavier Warren here.
I like seeing him in that 2 spot. Just my personal preference is I like my best, most well-rounded hitter in that spot. I just think you want to get him up as often as possible, and if the guy in front of him is a good on-base percentage guy, as he should be, being the leadoff hitter, I just think that's a great spot to put your best hitter.
His 4th 2-bagger of the year. Wow, Dan. Do you want to take a guess on the swinging strike percentage for the changeup for Goodson?
For Goodson, 30%?
Almost, 26%.
Okay, yeah. I had a feeling it was strong.
Strike 1 to Trevor McKinley. Overall,
I think he should throw it more than he does, really. But even if he doesn't throw it very much, it gets a lot of swing and miss.
Overall, nearly 17% all his pitches put together. Here's the 0-1. Blocked well there by Isaiah Cullum. He's behind the dish here tonight for the Woolly Mammoths. So 1-1 here on McKinley. Big time double for him in the last game. Came around to score. Go ahead run, winning run in the end for the Hoppers. Hot shot line drive to Kieber. Didn't have to do much, just kind of rose the glove for out number 2. Let's take a look at the defense behind Ben McKendall here tonight. It's Johnson in left, Howard in center, Irving out and right, Briggs and Haffey on the corners, Kieber and Barnes again up the middle, and Cullum completing the battery here tonight.
It's a big RBI out there early for the Hoppers. When you surrender 3 in the first, you'd love to bounce back and at least get 1.
Ball 1 to Zach Gray. Gray had a single to begin the second inning. He was later doubled up at second. Nice play by Keandre Jones on a hot shot ground ball back to him. Tagged the bag, through to first, or through to second for the second out of that inning. And Gray trying to fix the brace here. McKendall checks the runner on second base. Waiting in the 1-1 pitch. Here it comes. Check swing, and he did go on the appeal. That's your Jaffe Rate ruling of the game here in the first inning. 1-2 with 2 outs here in the first. It's a big pitch. Here's the payoff. Just outside at 83. 2-2.
I think he'll go to his changeup here.
Gets him out of a lot of spots like this with a runner on second base and 2 outs.
He did not.
Went with the fastball at 89. His fastball's topped out at 90 so far this year. Riley Mahalik, your Zach Hart agency man on deck here. Righty on lefty matchup. Good battle with Zach Gray here. The 2-2 again, low and away, and another great eye as he took a changeup there. Changeup ranges 81 to 84. Throws that second most to the 2-seam and 4-seamer, which put together 49%, changeup at 19%.
It's got the open base here. It doesn't have to give in necessarily.
Full count delivery now. Barnes with an easy play. Flips it over to first, and that for the third out here in the first inning. 3-0 still the lead for the Westside Woolly Mammoths as Ben McKendall does a great job to strand the leadoff double without much worry here. Now time for your second Freaky Fast trivia here tonight.
I got to get on the back in the winning column.
Here you go.
Live Aid in London, England. Live Aid. Jeez. I remember it as a kid, but I can't remember how young I was as a kid. Let's go with 90. D.
Off by 5 years.
Man, okay.
1985.
All right.
I wasn't born.
These classic rock type questions are not in my wheelhouse, I guess. I'm 0 for 2 on the classic rock today.
Second inning of work. Here for Noah Goetze's single walk strikeout, single sac fly ground out. What'd you see out of him in that first inning, given that line there?
You know, he didn't look as sharp as the last time out. Well, you know, we'll see how he settles in here. I think they were a little sloppy behind him. You know, I don't think all three of those runs were really on him necessarily, but he's going to have to be a little sharper going forward if he's going to help his team back into this ballgame.
So we find out that Jerry Parent is watching as he comments on Facebook. Thanks for the birthday shout out. You guys rock. Keep up the great game calling. We appreciate that, Jerry. Happy 76th birthday. How are you celebrating today? Little cake?
Not a ton of options these days, huh?
Ever had a Tres Leches cake?
No, I don't think so.
It's really milk-based. My wife brought some home
that's where
last
leche
night.
comes from, right? Is that
correct?
Spanish?
Yeah, milk and
Okay.
Spanish.
Right,
Very
okay.
good if you ever get the chance.
Where do you pick that up? Is that in a store or is it a bakery? Or?
So this particular one was a Mexican restaurant.
Oh, okay.
In the Ann Arbor, Livonia area. So.
Tres leche, you said?
Yep.
So 3 different milks. What does that mean exactly?
Now you're getting into the
Getting into the
baking part. I don't know that. I just know how to eat it.
How do you have 3 different milks?
Maybe 3 layers of milk. That
3
could
layers.
be.
That could be. Okay.
Landon Barnes looks at a ball inside, 1-0. Barnes, Cullum, and Keandre Jones. Your Zach Hart agency 3 men due up here in the second. They play Barnes to pull of sorts to the left side. Vaughn Jr. is quite off the line in left. You see Miller shaded to the left of center field there. Here's the 1-1 from Goetze's. Dips in at 76 for ball 2. That's the curveball. Right around the Major League average for spin rate on that one, 2579 coming into play. Major League average, 2500. Spoiled back 2-2 here on Landon Barnes.
You can see Goetze sweating through that hat. It's a hot one out there.
It is. We us Wimpies sweated it through the
Right.
the pregame at the United Shore Media Desk. We've been up in the air conditioning since, but the sun directly on you beats down on that kind of reflective desk as well.
Oh yeah.
Here's the full count.
Oh.
That should be a walk on Barnes, right?
I thought so. I thought it was 3-2.
Home plate umpire thinks otherwise. So maybe this is the 3-2 now.
Okay.
Goetze's still alive in this at-bat. And Barnes takes advantage. And able to get his 9th hit of the year. Brings up Isaiah Cullum here. Cullum did not play in game number 1. Your catcher in game 1 was Brett Elmer. Elmer at the plate, struck out twice, but for the most part, these lineups are set before the second game happens. The only exception is if we have an injury. It's rare you see a catcher catch 2 in a row, and for the most part, you know, we see every night at least one additional catcher on the bench for these 2 managers, and usually 2, given how the rosters have shaken out lately.
You get a little roster flexibility when you have Warren on your team.
So
he can always be that second catcher as well as playing another position.
So here in game 2, it's Elmer and Wheatley on the bench. We saw Wheatley get a pinch run appearance, was picked off after the Mammoths got a runner on to lead off the 5th inning, which in the 5 inning format was a big deal at that point, but Dugan Darnell picked him off after getting a strikeout to the leadoff batter and looked no further but to get Landon Barnes on a line out, and it was over that quickly. That's something that the Mammoths have worked on quite a bit in the last couple weeks, situational activity. And it's tough for Paul Nickenbrugger because he really doesn't get a lot of time to practice with these guys outside of a game. And with the scheduling in the USPBL, ideally, you'd have these guys come in kind of each day, if they're not playing, before the game happens, before BP and, guys' side sessions and all that, as Barnes going to take second base, Warren bobbling there.
Warren and Goetze's really not on the same page yet either. He's had a lot of trouble mishandling pitches. It almost looks as if he's getting crossed up, although I'm not sure if that's actually what's happening. He just doesn't seem to be familiar with the way that his ball moves yet.
But kind of with the lack of, contact that the USPBL is trying to force here in this COVID-19 season, if you will. They've certainly reduced practices. There were no practices to begin the year. Now it's about once a week or so.
Plus, you're not even going to have all of your guys, really, because,
sure,
the taxi squad situation, you probably got guys playing in the game that night for somebody else.
Yeah, so you can preach, hey, after the game, if you're a manager, I want you guys to be more patient, but then 3 or 4 of those guys could go and play for the Hoppers the next night against you.
Right, exactly.
And again, we've talked about that, the last week or so, but by September 1 is kind of the goal for baseball operations to settle these rosters and attribute guy to one squad going forward. To create that pennant push type of field to the end of the year. Utica Unicorns trying to defend their title from last year.
Could be a big sweep today for the Hoppers if they're able to get back into this one. Able to gain a half game on the Unicorns.
Jones whittling off an 89-mile-per-hour fastball there. Yeah, it's been kind of that 1-2 battle between the Unicorns and the Hoppers, and lately the Unicorns with their 2-1 starts to begin this week. They've played all 3 games, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, before the one-game All-Star break. Pretty good curveball at 76 just off the plate.
Warren stood up just a touch on that one. Not sure if that affected the ball strike call or not. Again, he just doesn't seem real familiar with the way Goetze's ball moves yet.
Here's a 1-2, another curveball, fouled. Do you see that Pittsburgh ball call against Detroit? I think that was last week.
I don't think so, no.
So clearly a strike, but, to that point, in terms of catcher not maybe cleanly catching it or moving up or framing it a little too much or whatever, he bobbled it and, caused, Pittsburgh's manager to be thrown out.
Wow.
But
so umpire didn't give him the strike?
Correct.
Yeah, that's going to happen.
Sound like a broken bat there from Keandre Jones.
Carried it with him and looks like he's going to carry it right to the dugout. Yeah, the catcher has a certain amount of responsibility to get those strikes for his pitcher, and that's an aspect of the game, especially professionally, that could change over time if we end up with some type of an automated strike zone, which is not something I'm personally rooting for.
Me neither.
For one thing, I like to watch good defensive catchers. I think that's part of the game, and really if they go to an automated strike zone, what do you even do with your catcher with nobody on base? I mean, just thinking out loud, I would consider putting mine in foul territory over by first base if it's allowed, and then move your first baseman somewhere else. I mean, you don't really need him behind the plate.
Huh. It's an interesting concept all the way around. The idea, I think, would be still to have an umpire technically behind home under the plan I saw, the last plan I saw with, kind of a headset on or, some sort of IFB device.
Communicate the strike?
Correct, yeah.
And then if you're a catcher and there's a man on first base, say it's a steal situation, do you go ahead and stand up pretty much?
That's a great question. the whole idea of receiving is gonna be turned upside down.
It'll change the way that you coach it completely. I would think. I would think there'd be certain ways you receive with a man on base, maybe other ways that you receive with nobody on.
1-2 foul back. Didn't one of the independent leagues try that out last year? I
believe so. I didn't really look into how well it worked for them, to be honest. I don't know if their catchers did anything different or not. Probably not, because those guys are still trying to advance in their career. You know, they're trying to show that they can play. So I'm sure they didn't do anything too drastic. But
swing and a miss, barreling curveball there to get him the first out of the second inning with runners on first and second. Again, it's almost been a carbon copy to what we saw in the second inning. If that's going to go full circle, we're going to see the first two batters score here. In the first, Keeber singled, came around to score. Irving walked, came around to score eventually as well. Johnson struck out. Looking there, this one swinging here in the second as they turn it right back to Garrett Keeber here. Stroked that one to left center field. Left it up, though. Vaughn Jr. makes the catch and keeps everybody where they are. That's the perfect scenario for Noah Goetzies.
Definitely.
What do you think about the automatic strike zone possibility at home? You can chime in on Facebook and YouTube and weigh in. We want to hear what you, the fans, have to think about that as well. But I think I shouldn't say the overall majority says that it should happen, because I think there are people that do want to see it, but it just changes the game so much.
Right.
Irving takes a big swing and hits that one foul.
I think the difference is, you know, they try to compare it to other sports, like say the goal judge in hockey is gone, you know, just as an example. Well, the difference there is that there was never a relationship, so to speak, between the goalie and the goal judge. You know, whereas there's a relationship between the catcher and the umpire, and part of his job is to present the ball to the umpire in a certain way, and that's just part of the game.
0-1 is fouled back. I mean, the goal judge was pretty much just there to flip on a light.
Right. And you could always, well, I shouldn't say always, but in my childhood anyway, you could always review it if there was some type of a debate still, whether it was a goal or not.
You have the challenges.
Right. You don't review balls and strikes.
Wouldn't that be interesting in a couple years if we start to have challenges here in the USPBL? The broadcasting is getting there.
I guess that would help us with our frequency of replays.
True. That's a whole different ball game, though. It's a lot of manpower, certainly.
Definitely.
Here's the 1-2 up high. 2-2 on Irving. Will Johnson, your Zach Hart agency man on deck here. This is the fifth batter to the plate here in the second, and all of a sudden Goetzies trying to reel the string back in to not allow any more runs to cross the plate. Already 3 have been plated back in the first. There's your 2 runners, and Barnes and Cullum at first and second. Some long at-bats. 2-3 ball counts, and now a 2-2 count here in the second, and Irving. That'll get your pitch count up. Goetzies threw 20 in the first, and now has 46 total, as that's going to flop its way behind the third base bag, and Mahalik goes back on it nicely to collect out number 3. So a huge sigh of relief for Noah Goetzies here. A 3-0 lead for the Mammoths still as we head to break.
DTE Energy customers can get their share of huge lifetime energy cost savings. How? By using our website. The Oslin's new programmable thermostat saved them a bundle. And their new efficient furnace earned them a hefty rebate. All over Michigan, people like the Oslins are saving. Why not you? There are always new ways to save at dteenergy.com/saveenergy. DTE Energy.
USPBL.com/shop is your spot for everything merchandise here in the United Shore Professional Baseball League. That Unicorns t-shirt, the Hoppers long sleeve. I want to check out that Hoppers long sleeve. I like that.
Yeah, it looks nice. I don't have that one yet.
Heading into the fall.
Does it have a hood on it too?
I think it does, yes. What a different fall it's going to be.
It sure is.
No high school football here in Michigan as of yesterday. The announcement coming. There's a look at the berm in right field. They etched that in for the All-Star game. Some fans hanging out on that, allowed in the building here tonight. But no college football, at least locally in the Big Ten.
Michigan State, CMU,
no GLIAC.
Western. Yeah, no GLIAC. Yep. We'll see what happens with the NFL, exactly how they pull that off. I mean, I expect them to have some kind of a season, but there's still a lot of hurdles there.
It's just going to be a crazy spring, I can tell you that.
Oh, yeah.
Regardless of what happens. It'll also be interesting to see what NBA and NHL, do with their next round of season.
I think there's going to be a lot of shorter seasons going forward, probably in all the sports. I would consider that if I was the NFL, too, honestly.
Theoretically, the MLB will be able to start on time next year, but who knows?
Right. And they may learn from this year that maybe it's not so necessary to play 162.
What do you think about the more regionally based travel?
I like that in general. I think now that they're playing under one set of rules as far as the DH goes, they could certainly look more in that direction going forward with the divisions. I wouldn't want to completely miss, all those other teams in the course of a year, but as a fan, it's not like you certainly don't want to go the whole year without seeing the Yankees and Red Sox come into town, that kind of a thing. But I certainly like the idea of playing the Cardinals and Cubs more. Reds, some of those teams.
Pittsburgh,
a little more often.
Talk about some nice stadiums when it comes to those teams as well. Have you been to Pittsburgh? I hear great things about it.
It's great. Yeah, it's terrific.
PNC Park.
Similar style to Comerica Park, but I think they improved on some things.
0-2 lined into the glove of Briggs. He's having quite the day so far. 3 for 3 at the plate with 3 singles, and now a line out. Greg Vaughn Jr., Jalen Smith, your next two due up, brought to you by Zach Hart Agency here in the second inning. 3-0 lead for the visitors here tonight. The Westside Woolly Mammoths. Ben McKendall has had a long time to wait, it seems like, in both halves.
That's true.
Allowed a one-out double to Xavier Warren, but stranded him nicely on a line out and a ground out. Also got a strikeout to Miles Miller to begin his outing. They're looking for Ben to possibly throw as much as 90 pitches here tonight. 1-0 is fouled back. Ty Hensley is the most we've seen a starter stretch out, going over 100 twice so far this season. 83 is the season high for Ben McKendall. That was his outstanding 6-inning, 2-hit outing on the 31st of July. Over through that one at 88.
Ty sure seems like a guy that a major league organization could add to the taxi squad for some pitching depth.
That's for sure. 2-1 is on the corner for strike two. Maybe the only extra step for Ty is to get that fastball up a few ticks more on the average. He's at 91 right now. I think, you'd like to see it 93, 94.
Yeah, he's been there, but he's not living there. He's not living at 93, 94. I think that would certainly be ideal.
But he's checked the boxes of a lot of things that they wanted to see over the last 2 years. Number one last year, even though it was rocky at times in terms of, he would give up the big home run in a big spot. 3-2 is low. He's not really doing any of that this year.
No, we haven't seen any good contact hardly at all.
The walks a little bit up in his last 2 starts, but I don't think you can necessarily talk about those because the runs aren't scoring.
Right.
Last week, no-hitter. This week, no-hitter through 5. And was able to lead to a combined no-hitter yesterday in the East-West All-Star game. But the number one checkbox, obviously, last year was get through a full season healthy. Throw a lot of innings, get through it healthy.
Right.
Through 7 in the championship game to ultimately lead the Utica Unicorns to a victory. Number 2, this year, kind of stretch him out, get to that 100-pitch benchmark. He did that, felt good. And then kind of the no-hitter from his standpoint, and maybe from Justin Orenduff's as well, but see how you feel in the first inning, and then air it out unlike he's ever done in terms of the velocity in innings 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we saw him do that a little bit in his no-hitter performance as well.
Yeah, there's not much left. There's not many boxes left to check aside from, maybe that velocity a little bit, like you mentioned. Yeah, well, for sure. Yep.
Getting back there. And what a story it is. It's already a great story.
Sure.
I mean, a guy who's had 6 injuries, 2 Tommy Johns, 2 hips, totally reinvented his delivery. And we're talking about a former first-round pick for New York. The 2-0 is in there for strike 1. I think you said it on the air, 2-3 starts ago. There were headlines in the city of New York that said savior, basically.
Right.
And to say that, for a perennial contender is not something taken lightly. Here's the 2-1. Not savior, but a guy that's going to be counted on.
Sure, and think about that time frame. It was 2012. The Yankees ended up in the ALCS that year. So it's not like the Yankees were in a down and out position or anything like that, but they were certainly excited about him and felt very good about that pick. I think the thing that a lot of people don't remember too is how young he was at that time. He feels like a veteran to us here, but he's only 26.
He's a Grizzly veteran here in the
right.
USPBL. Runner in motion. The 2-2 is outside as that tag is a little bit late by Landon Barnes. TCF Bank stolen base here in the second inning, and a full count on Jalen Smith as well. But whatever organization he ends up in, and, God willing he stays healthy, it's going to be quite the story. But that's what the delivery value system does best, with guys like Hensley, Nolan Clenny. And you look up and down the lineup of pitchers here in the USPBL, whether they, need that to make a tweak to save their career, or even if it's just subtle tweaks to be more efficient or stay in a game longer. That builds up, not only staying in a game longer, making sure your arm feels good tonight, but ultimately that leads a year from now to making sure your arm feels what it should like.
Yep.
Should feel like.
Age better.
Which in today's baseball day and age is such a huge issue in terms of giving these arms such huge contracts. 3-2 pitch, soft serve to second, and Barnes threatens over to Kieber, but Vaughn says, I'm going back. Out number 2 here in the second.
Vaughn made a good read there.
Freeze on the line drive, that's still what they're taught, right?
Oh, yeah, freeze on the line drive with less than 2 outs.
Jordan Pontius gets his first at-bat here in the second. Pontius 0 for 2 in game 1 with a pair of flyouts, 1 to right, 1 to the left. Same outfielders here in game 2 as game 1. It's Johnson in left, Howard in center, and Marquise Irving in right for this Westside squad. A little bit more of a laborious inning for Ben McKendall, but trying to strand that one-out walk at second base and get out of it unscathed here. Here's the 1-0. In there for strike 1 at 89. Anthony Maselli at the bottom of the order is your Zach Hart agency man on deck here. The even pitch, curveball, served to right, and that is going to get down and fair. Heading to third base is Greg Vaughn Jr. going to cruise his way home. And that's a big-time double for Jordan Pontius here in the second to get the Hoppers their first run.
Haven't seen a ton of extra base hits out of Jordan Pontius, just, not only this season, but even in his time with the USPBL last year. So anytime you get one, it's kind of a bonus, and I'm sure it's something he's looking to do more. He is very adept, it seems, at going the other way, taking that outside pitch and driving it toward right field.
And Dan, we've talked about it on other broadcasts, but he's hitting just 150 on batted balls in play, and generally for a guy that's more contact worthy, that's going to level its way out. It really hasn't so far this season, but maybe that reeks the confidence a little bit. His first extra base hit of the year. Selly takes a big hack at that one for strike one. .39 pitches now for Ben McKendall through 19 in the first inning. 2-3-2 counts here in the second has kind of labored this one on. 0-1 is off the plate outside. Talked to Shane McCandy, one of the pitching coordinators here at the USPBL before the game, about what they wanted to see out of Ben McKendall here today. They just wanted to, see command of the zone with all his pitches, attack and get ahead of guys, kind of his strength, and, get that good pacing and tempo right from the get-go as this one is fouled off. It's tough to tell who to credit here today. I think I got to credit these hitters more so than, having a knock on McKendall. They're just, patiently fouling off pitches and seeing good ones for balls.
Starting to see better at-bats like we talked about. We're getting more into the second half of the season, and that's a trend that will probably continue. It's going to be more and more of a challenge for these pitchers to get guys out, especially guys that are becoming very familiar with their arsenal.
Here's the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Gets a big strikeout on the changeup to end the second inning here. Second strikeout for Ben McKendall, his first since the first. It's now a 3-1 game in favor of his squad.
Detroit Mercy really models a value-based education. They focus a lot on service, which provides so many different experiences and opportunities that allows us to tie in everything we learn, how to apply that outside of the class.
There are a number of different programs that we're a part of to help bring the community back and revitalize the city of Detroit. Doing service with the community really helps bring Detroit Mercy outside of the gates and to everyone.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
Oh, right, up here and loop around the...
Give it.
Jeremy Otto and Dan Griesbaum Jr. back with you here from Jimmy John's Field, Utica, Michigan. Noah Goetze's on for his third inning of work. Great job in the second, all things considered. It was looking like we were going to have a repeat of inning one, which saw the first two batters score, plus a third in Lamar Briggs. That's why it was 3-0 in favor of the Mammoths at that point. Second inning saw Barnes reach on a single, Isaiah Cullum reach on a walk, then a strikeout, a flyout, and a pop-out. He was able to reel things back in and keep this game at 3-0, which could reign pretty big if his bats can get going. They did score one against what looked like a pretty frustrated Ben McKendall hiking off the mound just moments ago.
He could use a quick one here. He needs to try to get some contact early in the count on a couple guys.
Corner infielders in, and Mahalik and Gray slightly here as there's a first pitch off speed right towards the face of Will Johnson as he turns away.
Command has been inconsistent so far. That's the type of ball he needs right there. Hit your spots, let the defense help you out a little bit.
Lamar Briggs is not a man who's been retired so far today in the double dip. 3 for 3, 2 runs scored, all singles so far. Checked into play at 2 for 8.
He's proving to be a very tough out, that's for sure. And when he's on base, he can wreak havoc.
Him and Will Johnson are very close friends. They've known each other since 5 years of age. Both hailing from Georgia. Oh, 0-1 is chipped foul. Talked to Will Johnson yesterday about the new ballpark that Atlanta has put together. He says he just loves it.
Yeah, it's nice. Have you been to that one yet?
I have not. Have you?
I have, yep. Last year.
He says it's just kind of in the middle of a lot of things, which makes it, you know, a great location. Here's strike 3 to Lamar Briggs, and Goatse's has his second backwards K and third strikeout in total. That's kind of the trend, though, for stadiums. I mean, you look at Jimmy John's Field, kind of right at the edge of downtown Utica. You look at what they're doing in Detroit with the District Detroit and kind of ramp up everything around a stadium. And I think that's, you know, the way that we're going to see things go. No longer do you have a, you know, Corktown Stadium like Tiger Stadium kind of away from the general downtown district.
Or the like the Palace of Auburn Hills model.
Sure.
You know, or the Silverdome for that matter, you know, where it's in the suburbs but nothing ever built up around it. And something a little different about the Atlanta one is it's in Cobb County. You know, it's not downtown, but Cobb County is a pretty vibrant area, and it's literally named after Ty Cobb. It's a baseball hotbed where they have a very good history of baseball. The youth teams are excellent in Cobb County, and I think the downside is that there's some traffic getting in there if you're coming to or from Atlanta.
1-2 here on Ross Haffey. Goatse's one pitch away from coaxing a 1-2-3. No, says Haffey. Ross with a really productive day at the plate. So going back to game 1, a 6-3 RBI ground out, then a walk. Here in game 2, a sac fly and an RBI, and now a single. And it's funny to say, but for a guy who won the home run derby yesterday, he's doing kind of everything else.
Yeah, just making a little contact.
And you can see the adjustments kind of reign true here in tonight's game.
I just hope he can get hot for a while. You know, he's been kind of inconsistent and a little bit cold at times this year, and all that power in his bat. Would love to see him get hot for a couple weeks.
Haffey, no offers coming out of high school into college. Didn't actually play a whole lot in high school with the deep Brother Rice roster. Team that's kind of been a perennial power in the MHSAA by the time things were said and done. I mean, he had Freddie Geely on that team. He was one of the better infielders in the Catholic League, certainly. Carried that over to college and here to the USPBL. It took a call from Chris Newell, his former hitting instructor, who was the longtime manager of the Beavers here in the USPBL, since moved on to the New York organization.
I played for Chris Newell myself one year.
Did you really?
Yep.
Where at?
It was 2002 in the Great Lakes Collegiate League in the summer. I was on the Michigan Rams.
Okay. That one down low, 2-2 here on Jamal Howard. Haffey was a really good hockey player. He had a number of good junior offers, one from the Muskegon Lumberjacks locally, but...
Imagine him on skates.
Yeah. Rice has had a few guys like that.
That'd be scary.
2-2 popped him up foul. So from no offers to MAC first team his senior year for Ross Haffey. Murphy going through the motions in the pen. There's a swing and a miss by Jamal Howard. Good job by Noah Goetze here in the third. He wanted a quick inning after a 47 combined pitches. The first two went out single is stranded. Yes, it definitely was, as he talks over things with Xavier Warren there.
See if he can settle in now.
Time for JJ the Field General, presented today by Michigan First Credit Union. JJ, I'm sure, is happy to see the sun subside a little bit here today. He's got that fur coat on. It can't be all too comfortable. When
he may not want to let go of that water. He may want that water for himself today.
He's already done with that, Dan. He's gotten his business done. Now he's going right to the Frisbee. I'll remind you can chime in on Facebook and YouTube in the chat section. Maybe have a birthday shout out like Jerry Parent earlier, or a question about some of these guys, or maybe just a prediction for the second half of play for some of these teams here in the USPBL. We'd love to hear from you. A 3-1 lead for the Mammoths as Ben McKendall is back out there. Dan, kind of a frustrating second inning for him.
It was, but he found his way to get out of it and minimize the damage, certainly. Made some good pitches. It's really all about command with him and hitting his spots. He was able to spot up that changeup a couple times to get out of it, get that down and away fade that he needs, and it's just it's a much more effective pitch when he can keep it down in the zone.
Top of the order due up for the Hoppers here. It's Miles Miller, Xavier Warren, and Trevor McKinley. Miller today 0 for 1 with a strikeout swinging in the first. Hitting at the top of this lineup for the third straight game as he looks at strike one. There's Paul Nochi. The win in Game 1 of the doubleheader has made him the all-time wins leader for a manager here in the USPBL, surpassing the aforementioned Chris Newell. 104 to 105 here today, so congratulations to Paul.
I'll have to rib Newell about that when I get a chance.
Paul Nochi, the baseball veteran. Couple years in the big leagues in 87 and 90, Chicago Cubs and Cincinnati as well.
I think that 90 Cincinnati club won the World Series.
He's coached in the KBO, head coach of Hillsdale College from 94 to 2013. He had 300 wins at Hillsdale at the Division II level at that time in the GLIAC. Took him 20 seasons to do that, ended up stepping down there and came to the USPBL out of semi-retirement. 2-2 here on Miles Miller. Nochi looks still pretty limber down there at third base. He's often fielding those ground balls that come at him.
Throws a pretty good BP.
Swing and a miss at a pitch in the dirt. Miller is going to see the strikeout completed, his second of the game. Also took some guys down to Florida this year to take on the Kia Tigers. A lot of the 5 or 6 guys on the Hoppers went to do that at the KBO, the Korean Baseball League that you've seen on ESPN to start this year with a Major League Baseball layoff.
Still playing those in the morning, I've noticed. I thought maybe that was I thought maybe that was going to subside once the MLB started, but I guess not.
First pitch in for strike one. He actually coached in the KBO back in '93 for the Dolphins out there. That's got to be a whole different experience.
I would think so.
For somebody from the United States, certainly. But we see it. I mean,
a lot of translating, I imagine.
Yeah. Nice look at the clouds starting to cover Jimmy John's Field here, really becoming a nice night. A steamy 86 degrees, very humid to start the day. Cooled down to 81. This one in for strike 2 on Xavier Warren. Big time double back in the first inning for Xavier, but McKendall was able to weave his way out of that. So there are some storms predicted for tonight and tomorrow. 60% chance of scattered storms tomorrow here in Utica.
It's going to be a tough play.
Briggs has a long throw, but can't hang on. Good backup by Barnes at second base there.
Not often does the second baseman actually end up fielding a ball that's an overthrow. That's not a very common play. Good hustle.
Trevor McKinley trying to get another extra base hit. Had a big one in the 4th inning of last game. Came around to score the go-ahead run. So according to weather.com, take it with a caveat, as you always do here in Michigan, but storms to start at 3 a.m., so I'm sure they'll get the tarp on before things are left here today. Right now, the hour by hour says it won't subside till 2, but we've gone into a lot of days like this, especially I feel like on Sunday where that script has been flipped before we even wake up. So
right.
Hang on to that. 1-0 here on Trevor McKinley. The pitch outside. Yeah, so Paul Nickenberg has also seen some time in the KBO. Matt Williams has since shifted from the USPBL over to the KBO. It's an interesting jump.
It is.
But there's certainly some talented players over there.
Oh, yeah. There's a very high quality of play.
2-0, swing and a miss. Japan, high-quality baseball. Korea, high-quality baseball.
I'm curious when the next World Baseball Classic might be. That's always interesting.
Yeah.
Not sure if they have that on the books for a certain time or not. I'm sure the pandemic probably threw that for a loop like anything.
2-2 here on McKinley. Those are often played in the early hours in the morning, depending on where they are.
Right.
When was the last one we've had?
That's a good question. I don't recall exactly what year that was. It's got to be at least 4 years, I think.
2-2 in there for strike 3 on McKinley. So Ben looking a little bit stronger here in the 3rd inning.
Yeah, both of these guys are starting to locate better and really settle in.
So an article dated, let's see, February 25th, 2020. So given that's before COVID, says that this one on the ground, a Kieber at second base feeds to second in time, and Gray is out quickly here. That's his second ground ball up the middle. More on that later here in the broadcast and a double dip on the USPBL network. Stick with us.
You've been charged with a crime in Macomb County. You need an attorney who will protect your liberty and stand between you and the whole force of the government. You need Vince Manzella and the team at Lucido and Manzella on your side. Vince grew up in Macomb County. Vince knows the people in Macomb County. Vince understands the Macomb County court system, and he aggressively fights for Macomb County residents every day. Lucido and Manzella, 586-228-3900.
The difference that we bring to pediatric care isn't just the fact that we care deeply about our patients and want to partner with their parents in delivering the best care for their children, because a lot of pediatricians can deliver great care. What we do differently at Campground Pediatrics is we offer a different environment to deliver that care, and we offer personal service in a way that many practices can't.
Our first Hoffman Dental pitching change here of Game 2. Austin Atwood taking over on the bump for Noah Goetzies, who went 3. Stronger finish for Goetzies. I think, he might be a little frustrated maybe by the way things shook out here today, but they're still trying to stretch him out and let him feel things out. 62 pitches to finish his night today. Atwood getting his second appearance of the week.
A little surprised to see Goetzies out after 3, even though he was, a little bit shaky today.
So Atwood coming over from Wayne State. He was a graduate transfer at the beginning of this year, obviously playing a very much shorter season than he ever anticipated. Saw action on Tuesday, the first game of this week. 2 innings of work, 4 hits, 3 runs, all of them earned, 2 walks to 1 K. Gave up a home run as well. That was against his Westside team. Tuesday seems like so long ago, doesn't it?
It does. It sure
Goodness. That's what happens when you play a full slate of games, I guess.
A lot of baseball has happened since then.
So Landon Barnes will lead it off against Atwood here. Was actually against the Unicorns, not the Mammoths, but regardless, the right stat line I read off as Barnes puts that over to first base. Atwood came in for Zane Collins at that point, worked the last 2 innings in a 7-inning contest, so innings 5 and 6. He gave up a home run to Dominic Bethencourt. Started the 6th inning with a pair of doubles and a walk and another walk and a RBI single that drove in a couple off the bat of Adam De La Cruz. So more efficient here today as he's already recorded an out and a strike on Isaiah Cullum.
I think we only saw fastball, curveball out of him last time. Not sure if he has a third pitch or not.
Yeah, the fastball was ranging from 86 to 89, the curve from 72 to 75. Cullum had a walk against Goetzies back in the 2nd. That's when they put 1st and 2nd on, but Noah recorded the last 3 of that inning. Strike 2 on Cullum here. One of the backup catchers that's been used here in the league for the Mammoths almost exclusively. A grunt from Atwood as he reaches his highest recorded velocity in the USPBL at 91.
You could tell he reached back for a little something extra on that one.
2-2 swing and a miss.
It's a nice pitch. Good tight break.
6 strikeout for Isaiah here. Keandre Jones trying to prevent a 1-2-3 inning here. One and 0 on Keandre Jones. He's 0 for 1 with a strikeout back in the 2nd.
Just missing here. He's trying to go down and in with his fastball, not missing by much. Good misses, really.
Yeah, looks a lot more under control here today.
Mm-hmm.
That one an 89, tap foul. 3-1 Mammoths here in the 4th inning of action. 7 innings here in Game 2 of the doubleheader. 2-1. Fouled back with the curveball at 74. The Hoppers would have Mahalik, Gray, or Mahalik, Vaughn, and Smith up in the next half. Here's Miss Sally, high hop. It would have stretched that glove out and hammer it home, and it's a 1-2-3 breeze of an inning for Austin Atwood here in the 4th. That's good to see after he struggled his first outing. Back with more after this in a 3-1 game.
When you are in need of air conditioning services, turn to the experienced professionals at McQuaid Heating and Cooling, Plumbing and Refrigeration. Since 1970, we've been delivering high-quality air conditioning installation and repair services. Call for a free estimate today. Let us help you be cool and comfortable. For comprehensive HVAC services, contact McQuaid Heating and Cooling, Plumbing and Refrigeration today.
At midnight, when the ATM cruelly devours your card. At 6 a.m., when your credit goes down the drain. Or at 10 p.m., when you realize your credit card went on vacation without you. Michigan First is here. With our 24-hour call center, online banking with live chat, mobile banking, and branches near you. Michigan First, you have our attention 24/7.
At Priority Health, we're embarking on a new normal, embracing the changes needed to keep Michigan safe. While that may look a little different for everyone, Priority Health is here to help. With access to the care you need, the doctors you want, and the quality coverage you can afford. So you can get back to this, and this, safely, steadily, and with the smartest health coverage possible.
There's Ben McKendall on for his 4th inning of work, 58 pitches on his count so far, and that's not an issue because talking to a couple of our pitching coordinators, Alan and Shane, before the game, they indicated that he could stretch it out as much as 90 here today to potentially surpass his season high of 83, so we may see him go a couple more, maybe even more than that if he's able to get some quick outs here in the 4th. We just really haven't seen quick outs from either of these two teams throughout this game, despite just a 3-1 score.
Not much. That last inning with Atwood was about as quick as we've had.
The single run against McKendall came back in the 2nd. That was with a 1-out walk, driven in by the sharp double by Jordan Pontius. Probably the best ball we've seen him tag so far this year. That's maybe leading to some production along the way. 3 runs off 4 hits and no errors for the Woolly Mammoths. 1 run off 3 hits and no errors on the other end for the Diamond Hoppers. Take a look at those clouds.
Interesting.
The 0-1 is outside. 1-1 on Riley Mahalik. Line out to third base his first time up. .88-mile-per-hour fastball. Got him to swing through that. Here's the 1-2. Away at 83. We've seen a good amount of 2-2 and 3-2 counts against McKendall and really Goatsey so far. Atwood had one of those in the last half as well. And we'll continue to see a battle here by Riley Mahalik to begin their bottom of the 4th. Greg Vaughn Jr., your Zach Hart Agency man on deck. Waiting on the 2-2, here it comes. Eats it for strike 3.
Hitting more spots. His pitch count's a little elevated, and like you just said, he's been getting to a lot of 2-2, 3-2 type counts, but when he needs to make a pitch, he's been hitting more spots the last inning or two.
5 Ks now for Ben McKendall here tonight. We see a little bit of action in the pen, more of just stretching currently by the Woolly Mammoths. None in the Hoppers pen, so they're hoping for at least 2 out of Atwood. There's all those guys moving around. Travado, the one on the left in 44, the Submariner. Been a little while since we've seen him. 1-0 is down low. 2-0 on Greg Vaughn Jr.
These bullpens are about as full as we've seen them.
Very true.
4 or 5 guys standing down there. That's about the most we've seen.
Yeah, 5 arms available to my count. I know you saw Jared Wright down there as well, but it's very, very unlikely you'd see him. They do list all the starters on the available arms just in case on these lineup cards. Pretty much just an emergency situation when those guys would come in at this rate. (3-0) here on Greg Vaughn Jr., the left fielder again here tonight. Taking all the way at 86 for strike 1. Greg has taken his walks throughout this season so far. 405 on base percentage, 8 walks to 13 Ks. Make it 9. Actually 10 because he had one back in the second.
That's right.
Came around to score as well. The only run thus far for the Eastside Diamond Hoppers.
Stole a base also.
Cullum gonna trot out there to chat with Ben McKendall here. Well, some breathing room, but one swing in the bat could tie this game up.
Jalen Smith probably not the most likely guy to necessarily do that, but he does have a home run on the year.
I think a guy like Travado could do you a lot of good in the second game of a doubleheader, kind of seeing everybody over the top. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
First pitch to Jalen Smith bounces. Cullum can't block, and an easy trot to second for Vaughn Jr. here.
I know it's a different team, but I feel like we haven't seen a lot of Jack Ferguson.
I was just going to say that.
Another guy who comes from the side a lot.
He's had a pretty good season overall for the Beavers. 3.11 ERA through 8 2/3 innings of work. 2 walks to 10 Ks.
Really, his last outing elevated that ERA too. It was almost non-existent before that, I think. Maybe 2 outings ago that was. I know it was one of his recent outings. Had a little bit of trouble.
Ferguson has actually not thrown since July 30th, so it's been a full 15 days or more. How many days were there in July?
31.
31, so 16. Two 2-0 on this man from the taxi squad as he takes a big rip foul. Paul Noce likes his bat. He thinks there's more in this than the sub 200 that we've seen kind of throughout this season. I'd like to see him level it out just a little bit. Likes his aggression, though, and strength at the plate. Belt-high pitches, Paul Noce says, is something that he often can't catch up to.
Yeah, that happens with those guys that come a little bit more underneath, that launch angle type swing.
2-1 is low and away. So Ben McKendall falling behind back-to-back hitters here. He's already walked Greg Vaughn with 1 out in the 4th. You talked about his launch angle, 22.5. One of the higher registrations you'll see in the USPBL. Jamal Howard at 27. Here's the 3-1. Fly ball to right. Has a long way to go on that one. Dives, and he
disappeared from our screen there for a second, but he got awfully close to the bullpen, I think.
He's going to get dirty and have to dust himself off here.
Hopefully his buddies were telling him he was coming up on the wall there.
So when we say a launch angle of 22 or a launch angle of 27, that's degrees, keep in mind.
Right.
Vaughn Jr. at second base. He's walked twice here in the 2 at-bats he's had in this game. Full count delivery to Smith. That one popped away. Pontius, your Zach Hart agency man on deck. He had a double and an RBI back in the second. They'd like to get him up. Maybe ride a hot bat. Here's the 3-2. Golf to left field, and right on that is Johnson. It's for out number 2 here in the 4th. Here's Jordan Pontius now. Pontius with his first extra base hit of the year back in the second inning. Drove in the only run thus far for the Diamond Hoppers. That's after winning game 1 in tight fashion 2-1. Ball outside to Jordan here. Edward Waters College for Jordan Pontius. Just 3 games in the USPBL last year. 2 for 12, a couple walks, a couple stolen bases. 1-0, swing and a miss. I mean, he makes up the solid core of middle infielders that this USPBL has. Barnes, Kiever, Pontius, Geely, Maselli.
De La Cruz on occasion, depending on where he's playing.
Correct. Become more of a full-around utility guy. And it's almost funny to see De La Cruz move from position to position because he can swing the bat so well at times. He hasn't really shown that extra base power this year, but you think of a utility guy. You think of a Don Kelly. You think of, you know, the guys who don't necessarily swing it great, but, you know, are serviceable in certain situations.
Usually when they do start to swing it better, you end up penciling them in somewhere like Nico Goodrum this year.
Correct. Yeah, they want him to be the primary shortstop.
Yep.
Even after, you know, some of the injuries today, if you didn't see the news, C.J. Crone, one of the power hitters picked up in the offseason, out for the year. That's a big loss.
Huge loss. He's having a nice year.
Brought some much-needed pop to that lineup for sure.
Don't know if that means Miggy might get more time at first than they were thinking about, or if they're going to just use somebody else over there. I know they talked about Jamer Candelario playing there pretty much, but that's a pretty big drop-off as far as the bat goes, having him there.
Crone just hitting 190 to start the year, but the more important thing, 3 doubles, 4 home runs, and 8 RBIs through 42 at-bats.
Yeah, he's a threat. He's a power threat.
2-2 away, 3-2. Really places a lot of emphasis that Jacoby Jones keeps going the way he has. He's got 5 home runs and 5 doubles and a 300 average through 50 at-bats and 11 runs scored at the number 9 spot.
60-game season, it's really important for the teams that are going to make the playoffs. It's really important that they stay healthy because you can't really have 2-3 bad weeks in a 60-game season. The Tigers don't have a ton of depth, so them staying healthy was going to be really important.
3-2 again, fouled off, and boy, these long battles just continue here in this game. McKendall with that pitch count at 85 now. Entered the inning with 58. So it's been another long and stressful one with another runner in scoring position. And obviously a runner on second with one out doesn't quite compare to the bases loaded and, you know, in terms of stress on the arm, but it's still something.
Oh, yeah.
In a tight game, 3-1, your team is leading. Full count delivery again, and boy, Pontius just lunging to get a hold of that one. They still think this bat can turn around. Has drawn half the walks as the amount of strikeouts, but it's only 5 walks compared to 10 Ks. So for a guy who came into play at 191 today, maybe not exactly what you would expect in those numbers. 3-2, swing and a miss. Struck him out, and Ben McKendall able to grit by the 4th inning here. A pair of strikeouts, able to strand Greg Vaughn Jr. at second base. He was the 1-out walk. Back with more after this on the USPBL Network.
The Weingarts family is honored to be celebrating 75 years of helping families like yours with your lawn equipment needs. While the equipment has changed, our grandfather's founding values and commitment to quality still drive our business.
We carry top brands like Exmark, Toro, Honda, Cub Cadet, and more. See the full lineup at Weingarts.com.
Whether it's new equipment, parts, or service, we work to earn your trust in each of our 6 locations.
From our family to yours, thank you for letting us serve you.
Weingarts, everything from lawn to snow.
Look at the USPBL standings, brought to you as always by Scott's. Unicorns at 13-7, but the Hoppers chasing them, and a win here tonight could do a big justice to try to score them into first place here.
Yeah, plus it's, you know, it's easy to look at the Mammoths record right now and say, well, they need to win this one worse than the Hoppers do, but the Mammoths were kind of languishing last year too, and they ended up getting hot, so this thing's a long way from being over.
Atwood out for his second inning of work, night and day in terms of what we saw in the first outing. Commanded his pitches very well. He had a 2-2 count twice to the 8-9 hitters, but those locations that were off just missed. So in the end, it was a 1-2-3 inning. Line out, strikeout, ground out. What are you seeing differently from him here tonight?
Just the command. He just looks more comfortable and hitting his spots, keeping the ball down in the zone a little bit better. You know, even McKendall, who's certainly more of a veteran, he's locating his pitches better later in this game as well. Just that last pitch where he was finally able to get Pontius, it kept the changeup down and away, faded away from him. Location is just so important, regardless of the type of stuff you have. Atwood's velocity is a touch better than the last time out, too.
That certainly helps. He's touched 91 a few times here today. Was as high as 89.5 earlier this week. Garrett Kieber, Marquise Irving, Will Johnson, your Zach Hart agency, 3 men on deck here in the 5th inning for the Westside Woolly Mammoths, trying to add to this 3-1 lead right now.
See how he does with the top of the order here.
Top of the order today has reached twice, and they've accounted for 2 out of the 3 runs. That was all back in the first inning. 3 runs off 4 hits and no errors for the Westside Woolly Mammoths thus far. 1 run off 3 hits and no errors on the other side.
That was well located. Curveball outside.
And it's pretty much just been fastball, curveball so far in the 2 games that we have seen Austin Atwood. Here's the even delivery now. Fastball outside at 88.
He's been missing away with his fastball this inning.
Etzel Ford High School in Dearborn. Low and away as he walks him there. A few years at Alcorn State University. That's D1 in the SWAC. And obviously moving on to the Division II level as a grad transfer. So he went from Concordia in the NAI to D1 and then to D2, so kind of bounced around every level there, besides Division III.
Alcorn, is that the school that Steve McNair went to?
Could be. Not exactly sure. And PJ Grodowski says yes. And our ear here, our director tonight, Jeremiah Hergot, your graphics operator and producer. All our fine cameramen working hard here tonight. Enver, Nick, and Andy. Had to call in Nick at the last hour for a pinch hit. He came up big. Race into the ballpark. Jeremiah having to work that camera behind home plate to start things, but
there's no staff members in this ballpark standing around doing nothing these days. I can promise you that.
Very true. This one up top. You never thought you'd be here, did you?
No, I did not.
It's worked out pretty good, though.
It would take a worldwide pandemic, probably.
Here's the 2-0. Circles in for strike one.
He's commanding his breaking ball pretty well, but all of a sudden this inning he's a little bit off with his fastball. Looks like he's trying to overthrow it, he's opening up a little bit, pulling off a little, missing away from the righty.
Atwood won the Gold Glove in the Wolverine Hoosier Athletic Conference. A pretty good baseball conference in the NAI. A lot of local teams, Madonna, Concordia,
Gold
Cornerstone.
Glove as a pitcher or in a
yes,
really?
as a pitcher. 1,000 fielding percentages. This one is fouled off, and giving that a chase is Gray. This is actually Wheatley at the plate. We apologize for not picking that up before. Wheatley getting a pinch hit at bat here in the fifth for Irving. Kind of flew under the radar. We've had a number of changes fly under the radar yesterday in the All-Star game, as that often happens.
Keeber looks anxious. Yep, there he goes.
Runner in motion. That nearly clipped the jersey. As this one flies into center field, Keeber going to get up and run again. In stride to third base, and that's some great base running. Does he have another one in him? No, as Atwood will back it up. TCF Bank stolen base, and another one as he scrambles to third. Atwood showing you why he was a Gold Glover in the NAI. He appeared in 20 games, throwing 31 innings of work, a 5-0 record, and a .87 ERA for the Cardinals out in Ann Arbor. 2-2 escapes Warren there, but staying at third base is Keeber here, trying to add a AAA insurance run here in the fifth.
Warren's still having some trouble receiving a little bit. You can tell he's going to need some work back there. And that's why he's here. He's here to get work.
Popped it up. Warren heading towards the screen. This one's going to reach its way into the stands. We've had quite a few guys come through the USPBL from the WAC. Taylor Jellikowski coming over from Madonna, Frankie Luska recently. I mean, if you count Austin Atwood. I mean, he's been everywhere. So in terms of
right,
he was there. I know we've had some Davenport guys looked at. They're now Division II in the GLIAC. 0-1 is outside. I know Jim Essian has some decent relationship with some coaches there. So that helps. Sometimes you have to have those guys speak up because NAI goes unnoticed more often than not.
Oh, no doubt about it.
1-1. That's tipped out of the glove of Warren as he has to hustle over for that one.
I mean, scouts can only get around to so many places, and of course the internet helps. There's a lot more video than there used to be, and more analytics, more numbers than there used to be. But there's a lot of ball players out there. You got to rely on tips. You got to rely on tips from people that you know and trust.
Everybody a little bit in, at least on the infield corners on the cut of the grass here, as that curveball floats in at 75. First and third with no outs in the 5th inning. Atwood in danger of giving up a few runs here if he can't do a magic trick to get out of this inning with the middle of the order up. And Johnson, Briggs, and Haffey, they've been good today. 2-2, poke to right.
Might not be deep enough.
McKinley has a good arm, going to have to go a long way. Sees a drop in front and will toss it to second base for the force, believe it or not.
That's a nice job by McKinley.
Kieber does score. It's 4-1 in favor of the Mammoths here, and Johnson robbed of a hit as he's a little frustrated. He does drive in a run. So that goes into the books as the rare fielder's choice that gets poked into the outfield like that.
Yeah, I didn't have my eye on the base runner there, but probably didn't get far enough off the base. On a play like that, you've got to get a third to a halfway down the line, and you should, even if he does catch that ball, you should have plenty of time to get back.
Lamar Briggs out for the first time in Game 2 here in the 3rd inning with a strikeout. He was 3 for 3 before that with 3 singles and 2 runs combined here in the doubleheader. Ross Haffey, your Zach Hart agency man on deck, he's produced a solid at-bat in every one of them so far in the doubleheader. Has either gotten on base or driven in a run on each one. Darkness starting to settle in here at Jimmy John's Field, 8:54. The day's beginning to come shorter here as we approach the fall. Pontius hop throw to second base for the second out.
Nice play to get the lead runner there. He would have had an easier out at first, but may as well get the lead man if you can.
Now Ross Haffey look to improve upon his 1 for 2 in this game. Sac fly and an RBI in the first and a single in the third.
1 for 1, really, because of the sacrifice.
That's true, yep. Yeah, fly out to right for his second RBI of the doubleheader. Had a walk and a RBI ground out in Game 1. The approach is different. You can tell at the plate. Oh, 1 is inside. 1-1 now. If you listen closely, you can hear the crickets again near the Clinton River with a low amount of fans were allowed here in Jimmy John's Field.
A lot of fireflies out that way, too, I noticed.
Those are always an interesting bug in the summer, aren't they?
It is.
Just kind of the flash of light and goes away. And
very strange.
Floating around the backyard.
Yep.
Do you have any by your house?
Occasionally.
Runner moving the 1-2. Big swing at 89 as he just missed that.
Big jump there, too.
Was that a hit and run with 2 outs or just?
Well, it's probably just a situation where you can steal a base if there's no contact, but I wouldn't call it a hit and run. The hitter's certainly not compelled to swing on a bad pitch.
Everybody at normal depth here with 2 outs and the runner on first. A run already in to make it 4-1 Westside. Here in the top of inning number 5. In motion again, but a swing and a miss by Haffey. Atwood able to bear down and get his second strikeout of the game. So this inning, a lot more traffic than he saw in his first inning of work in the 4th. Back with more after this here on the USPBL Network.
Suds on Mound offers plenty of options to get your laundry done. Clean, convenient, and with clear, low pricing. No confusing cards to load or upcharges for hot water, like the other guys. We operate with quarters for one price washes with maximum water settings to get your clothes cleaner, faster. We offer 61 machines, including 3 80-pound washers, the largest in production. Suds on Mound offers self-service, wash, dry, and fold service, and we can even service entryway rugs and king-size down-filled comforters. Washes can be done as fast as 16 minutes. Our Speed Queen machines are the only brand still made in America, and we wouldn't have it any other way.
Hi, I'm Jason from Suds on Mound. Come on in, we'll get you clean. All right, Ruby, you're all set.
Mention this ad for 10% off your wash, dry, and fold service.
Order Jimmy John's and we'll bring it to your car door. Leave it at your front door or have it ready for you at our drive-thru. Just use jimmyjohns.com or our app to tell us what sandwiches, drinks, chips, and cookies you're hungry for, when you want it, and how you want it. We're ready.
Ben McKendall, 85 pitches deep, will come out for his 5th inning of work here. So not sure they'll even allow him to go a full inning. 90 was kind of what they were hoping to get him to. If it's fairly quick, I mean, I think you could probably see him go to 95.
Sure.
We'll see what...
I thought he's looked better as the outing has gone on, too. So if he can show good command here and get a couple quick outs.
Has scattered 5 base runners here today.
He deserves to get a win for himself. He's, pitched well enough this year to earn a win here. He's due.
Had a double given up back in the first to Xavier Warren, a walk to Greg Vaughn Jr. in the second, and a double by Pontius, which plated Vaughn. Single by Warren in the third, and a walk to Vaughn again in the fourth. That's all the traffic that McKendall has seen today, and that's a rip to right for a base hit. Anthony Maselli joining the party. Off the bat at 94.5.
Only in this league can you see the same coach third base the last half inning that coaches first base this inning.
Developmental league and I guess victim of what we're doing in terms of limiting contact and all that good stuff. I mean, last year and kind of how the model has been, you'd have a manager and an assistant manager to each team. Strike one into Miles Miller here. Miller, tough game 2, 0 for 2 with 2 Ks. Game 1, he had a double back in the 3rd inning for the Hoppers. McKendall has picked off at least 1 runner this year. That was in his last start. Able to get TJ Riles between first and second. We did have a pickle in game 1, a Sherwood Brewing pickle of the game. You can pick up a half-off pickle pizza at Sherwood Brewing tomorrow, and every pickle this season.
How long is that offer good for? Is it the next day?
Yes.
The day after the game?
Yep,
okay.
The day after. And they are not open on Mondays, so theoretically if we had one tomorrow, you would pick it up on Tuesday. And that's exactly what we had last Sunday. So.
Gotcha.
0-1 is low.
Maybe I'll remember to grab one tomorrow. I think my wife would like that. She's a
big pickle fan.
Yeah, fan of that type of thing. And my kids certainly love pizza, but I'm not going to bet my life on if they're going to try the pickle pizza or not. You never know. Sometimes they surprise me.
I was going to try to post a picture to the chat, but it doesn't appear that it allows me to do that. It's a picture of the real pickle pizza that we had up in the booth.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Last week.
Would have been nice.
I know they've posted pictures quite a bit on the USPBL Facebook and Twitter.
Right.
So you can certainly, if you're watching on Facebook, open another tab and go check that out. Here's a 2-2 from Miller away, and Maselli read that right away, and these catchers not having the best of days here tonight, Dan.
They're not. They're not. The receiving's been a little bit rough today.
I guess it can happen on the back end of a doubleheader. Hot day.
Neither of these guys have really caught a lot either. You know, Cullum's been kind of a backup, and Warren's been a taxi squad guy playing multiple positions, and just probably doesn't have a real good feel for all the pitchers yet.
Right after that, we see a mound visit here from Isaiah Cullum, Jeremy Otto, alongside Dan Griesbaum Jr. to bring the call here tonight. Jimmy John's Field in Utica, Michigan. So glad you could tune in.
When you picked up that pickle pizza, did you place a to-go order?
I did, yes. Yep. Some breadsticks, salad for myself.
I had one of those breadsticks. Those were good
Did you?
too.
Yeah, they were good. Yeah,
those were good.
And after I found out that, we found out that there was already a pizza coming. But
yeah, somebody else had the same idea as you. Yeah, we had plenty of pickled pizzas here that day.
But hopefully everybody got to enjoy it, whichever pizza they were able to slice open there.
Right.
Here's the 3-2. Floated the other way. Briggs read it all the way. Laser to first for out number 1. It does advance your lead runner Maselli to third base, and he is trying to make this game 4-2, at least before the end of the 5th. Xavier Warren swinging a hot bat here. Double and a single halfway to a cycle, as we'll see a mound visit. 0 for 2 in the last game with a line out and a ground out.
And he's handing it off. They're going to make the move now. Maybe John Murphy coming in. It's tough to tell from the single.
Looks to be the case as that bullpen door opens up. Get the binoculars out. Yes, it is John Murphy, who trots in to take over here in the 5th inning with 1 out. So Xavier Warren, Trevor McKinley, the next 2 here. Back with more after this. We'll take a look at Murphy's numbers when we get back.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well-earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
All the opportunities I've been given, I would not have been able to get at bigger universities.
Here, the professor cares about your success and is willing to work for it with you.
So much preparation for the future.
I couldn't imagine being anywhere else. Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
It's a Hoffman Dental pitching change here in the 5th inning with 1 out and a runner on third base. 4-1 lead for John Murphy's squad as he takes over here. It'll be his 9th appearance. He also has 1 start, 1 save on the year. 11 innings of work, 12 walks to 14 strikeouts. What are you looking to see from him here in this big spot?
I hope he can build on his last outing. I thought he was a lot sharper the last time out. Couple outings before that and the time before that as well, just struggled with his command, and that's what brought up his walk total that you just mentioned. And hopefully he can just build on the last time he was out there. Continue to throw strikes. He's got a good fastball, averages over 90 miles per hour, and if he can locate that, throw strikes with it, his slider plays off that and makes it much more effective.
Now you look at the last few games for John Murphy. Hasn't pitched a whole lot recently. Pitched on the 2nd of this month. Went 2 innings, 1 walk, 2 Ks, and then went 7 days later. against the Diamond Hoppers. 1 inning, 1 hit. No walks, 1 K. Xavier Warren comes back up, looking to improve upon his 2-for-2 day here. Looks at a ball outside. Anthony Maselli standing on third base. He led it off with a single. Advanced to second with the pass ball, and then the ground up by Miles Miller allowed him to get to third. Big swing and a miss at a 93-mile-an-hour heater there. The fastball tops out just under 94, 93.9. Might as well make it 94. Slider 78 to 81. The changeup, which is used very, very lightly, 78 to 81. Here's the 1-1. Nearly hit him.
Speaking of 94.
Yeah. Right there.
See if he tries to backdoor the slider or something after 3 fastballs in a row, especially that one where he moved his feet.
One swing of the bat could make it a 1-run ball game here in the 6th. The 2-1 on the ground to Kieber. It will score the run. And just like that, it's a 4-2 game here in the 5th inning. Not the 6th, I beg your pardon. Now Trevor McKinley's turn here. He's 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a line out.
So that run charged to McKendall, but overall, pretty good outing, I thought. He settled in after being a little bit shaky early on.
Certainly piggybacking off his last start. He pitched 5 innings, allowed 6 hits, and gave up 3 runs. More consistent here today. Here's the 1-0 from Murphy. The slider low at 79. New Jersey product. Big-time pitcher in high school. Gloucester Catholic was where he hailed from. 2-0 groove to center field. That's got some slice. Howard makes a 360 spin and able to hammer home out.
No, I think he dropped it.
Oh, he did?
Yep.
I looked down. I thought he caught that ball.
Yeah, I did too. I'm not sure what happened there. I guess it just popped out. It looked like he was certainly in position to catch it. It wasn't the best route in the world, but he was there and should have caught it.
Take a look at a YouTube monitor. Hit driven in the air. Made that spin. Wow, yeah, he had that in the glove. But
popped right out.
That's what I get for looking down.
Bit of an adventure to get there, but should have had it.
So another runner on second base, and the tying run at the plate with some power in Zach Gray.
I guess that's a very well hit E8, I suppose.
Yes. I would
380
be with you on that.
380 feet error.
This guy in the home run derby last night.
Semifinalist.
Yeah, wasn't able to totally get in a groove, I think, like he wanted to. And he was a guy that has competed in home run derbies in the past, kind of campaigned to get into the derby. He was a manager's choice, along with Will Johnson, 2 late subs to the 4 released. McKinley, another one of those participants. He's shown some good extra base power here today, a pair of doubles. I guess the error here in the 5th, but
hit it well enough.
Doubles power.
Yeah.
Here's the 0-1. Pinned in at 91 for strike 2. Quiet night all of a sudden here at Jimmy John's Field. Started very hot. It seems a little bit more sticky as you kind of reach out in front of us in the window. Like to keep the window open on game days. Here's the 0-2. Swing and a miss at a 78-mile-per-hour slider, and a good one to finish off Zach Gray here in the 5th inning. Staying right here, take a look at our reading program, School of the Game, sponsored by CGC Water and Hungry Howie's here today. Webb Elementary, Hazel Park Schools featured here tonight. Miss Tompkins, your teacher spotlight as well.
I feel like we talked Hazel Park recently, didn't we?
Yeah, not too long ago. It's a whole new ball game at your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Right now, you can lease an all-new 2020 Chevy Equinox LT Ford for just $261 a month for 36 months. Put it in Z and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com. Again, that's ChevyDetroit.com. Another pitching change when we get back. We'll get to that in a second. Hoffman Dental pitching change. Here in the 6th inning, Quincy Jones on the mound off the taxi squad. He representing the Hoppers here tonight.
You know, I like Quincy Jones. He's sort of a steady Eddie type. You know, he's always there for you. Can always give you a few good innings. Doesn't throw the ball by anybody, really. He's 83, 84 with his fastball, but tends to locate pretty well. Keeps you in the ball game, keeps people off balance.
Yeah, just 3 walks to 12 Ks this year. So out of a guy who comes out of the bullpen, you kind of expect him to have more of a power arm with those numbers.
More of a change of pace. You know, he's a big, tall left-hander. He's tough angle for the lefties. It's kind of coming from behind their head. And, you know, especially a doubleheader like this, a little bit of a change of pace. It wouldn't surprise me if he gives them some trouble.
He had a 3-inning save earlier this year. That was a couple outings ago for him. August 2nd. Gave up just 1 hit in 3 innings. Struck out 3. Didn't walk a batter. And that was against this Woolly Mammoths team, in fact. Last outing on the 7th of this month. 1 inning, 2 hits, 2 runs, 1 earned. Elevated ERA around 8 is because of the 7-run outing on July 18th. That's what happens sometimes when you're a primary reliever. He did start that game, the only start of the year for Jones.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like that was his start. It was a little bit of a awkward type outing for him.
Jamal Howard, Landon Barnes, Isaiah Cullum, your Zach Hart agency 3-men due up here in the 6th inning. Only man available on Paul Nickenbrugge's bench is Brett Elmer. Amani Wheatley has already been used. Been inserted into right field. Had that pinch hit at bat for Irving in the last inning at the plate. That one turned on well. 75-mile-an-hour curveball that time. Looped the other way. Fastball, curveball, slider, changeup. Likes the curve the most in terms of the usage. On the off speed, pipes the 87-mile-an-hour fastball inside and froze Jamal Howard for out number 1 here in the 6th.
That's definitely the high end there with his fastball. And well located.
And that shot was the foul ball that landed in the dugout, in fact. It landed right on that spot, guys? P.J. Gradowski whispering in our...
Found its way there.
Yeah, okay. I was going to say perfectly placed next to the bat. This one fouled off by Landon Barnes. Jones gets the most swing and misses on his slider. That's 18% swinging strike percentage, by far the highest of any of his pitches, so that's pretty good.
Seen him throw that in on righties a little bit.
0-1 into left field for a base hit, maybe more. Barnes taking the turnaround first. The
big
turn is all he's going to take, though. So the Mammoths picked up a AAA insurance run in the 5th. That rains big because it would be a one-run ball game if not for that.
Definitely.
Here's Isaiah Cullum now. Isaiah with a walk back in the 2nd and a strikeout in the 4th. .85-mile-an-hour fastball outside. We thank everyone for watching here today. I know we've had a pretty consistent audience all throughout this doubleheader. It's a lot of baseball to take in, so thanks to everybody for watching here today. Good job by the crew to give you all these shots as well.
Quincy's been a little bit up on his fastball today. A lot more at 86, 87 than we normally see.
Here's the 1-1 on Cullum, away. Cleveland and Detroit in the 9th inning, 3-0 Cleveland. Tigers struggling big time against Cleveland the last 2 years, have not won since what, the 2018 season it would be.
Yeah, it's been a long time. It was sort of that way when I was a much younger man in the 90s as well. I remember Cleveland really dominated the Tigers for a long time. I remember the Cleveland fans used to just flock to Detroit for those series.
Line drive to center, Miles Miller cutting it off quickly for out number 2. They were hoping to get a little bit more out of Spencer Turnbull here today. Just went 4 2/3, giving up all 3 runs, but the bullpen shutting down the Indians with Schreiber, Cisnero.
Sounds like Turnbull didn't have a great outing today, but he's the guy that I like the best in that rotation, day in, day out right now.
He was going against Shane Bieber, one of the best pitchers in baseball, and then arguably one of the best, or the best this year. 7 innings today, 3 hits, no runs, 1 walk, 11 Ks. Pontius feeds to first base, and that is the inning. Quincy Jones able to strand a 1-out single here in the 6th inning. More after this on the USPBL Network.
Can you feel that? Something's changing. A shift from a focus on me to something bigger. Because while it's perfectly fair to ask, what's in it for me? Finding the answer comes from asking what's in it for we. At TCF Bank, our purpose lies in answering that question. In giving every me the financial strength to make us all a stronger we.
We like to do it before we go out on the weekend.
We do. We do it every week.
Whether we need to or not. We did it today.
It was really dirty. My parents do it every day.
Hey, kiddo! Do it every day with the Unlimited Club only at Jack's Car Wash. Protect your car from the hot summer sun, dust, dirt, and contaminants all summer long with the Jack's Unlimited Club. Join today, starting at just $21.99 a month.
Catch the Chevy Equinox at your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Lease a 2020 Equinox LT front-wheel drive for just $261 a month for 36 months. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
John Murphy getting his 2nd inning of work. First full inning, came in with 1 out in the 5th for Ben McKendall. Faced a runner on 3rd. And in the end, gave up a run that will not be charged to him. It was McKendall who got it. Second of the game scored by the Hoppers, and a 6-3 ground out by Xavier Warren. The double or error to Howard in center field, although they have not put up an error here, Dan. So it looks like they may have counted that as a hit.
I mean, it was a well-hit ball, certainly, but if it hits you in the glove and you drop it, I think it's got to be an error.
Anyway, Murphy was able to strike out Gray to end the threat with the runner on second base. Certainly in a tight game, that's big time, and we'll see how long he goes. He might just get a 2 2/3 inning save himself here.
Very possible. He's been stretched out on occasion. He had that spot start. I don't recall top of my head how long he went in that game, but wouldn't surprise me if he was able to close this out.
Just 2 innings in the start. That was back on July 26th. Didn't give up a hit, 1 run, 1 walk, 2 Ks. I mean, that was a situation where he really hadn't been stretched out too far through 27 pitches. So acted kind of as an opener. Most pitches thrown this year, 45. That was an ineffective game. Really his only one so far this year where he gave up 3 runs. He's got a 3-game scoreless streak backing up to today.
It's tough to really designate someone as a closer on a team that hasn't won very many games yet, but you know, he's someone that could fit that role. Certainly Dazon Cole's down there frequently as well. Could definitely be in that role.
Cole pitched yesterday in the All-Star game. He is available for the Mammoths here tonight as well. Not sure if they're looking to potentially use him. There's a lot of available arms for both of these two teams in the pen. Actually, the most we've seen really all year. Here's a 3-2 to Gray. Bounces in, and he kind of took an extra peek to make sure that ball didn't get too far to see if he had to think about running to second base.
Right. It's not how Murphy wanted to start this one. No, we got the tying run at the plate.
Josh Goulet will get an AB here in the 6th inning.
It's been a minute since we've seen Goulet. He was
everyday Goulet.
He was every day for a long time.
So Paul Nochi discussing the change with your home plate umpire here tonight. Josh, 62 plate appearances, 51 at-bats this year, 10 walks to 15 strikeouts thus far. It's given him a 355 OBP, 216 average. Paul Nochi thinking he's been the Hoppers, one of their better hitters. I mean, when he's been in the lineup.
He's hitting just a shade under 300 for the Hoppers, you know, exclusively in those games.
His last 3 appearances have been with the Hoppers. We last saw him on August 7th, so that puts us at last Friday, so a little over a week. He was 1 for 4 in that game versus the Beavers playing right field. Been pretty much right and left. He's seen action in 8 straight games in right, though. 76-mile-per-hour slider in for strike 2. John Murphy with some trouble to start the 6th inning in a tight game. 1 swing of the bat can tie this up. Goulet hasn't really seen his power translate to the professional ranks, but there is some pop in this right-handed bat. 1-2 just below the knees there. Watched it all the way into the glove. Does have some decent plate discipline, obviously, with all the walks. He hit 13 home runs his senior year at Plymouth State, a Division II school, and a really good baseball conference out there. Two in there for strike 3 at 89.
That's a big pitch.
I think he thought that was maybe in the same area of the strike zone as the last, a little bit more outside, but here's Jalen Smith. He's 0 for 2 today. Line out, line out. 1 to second base, 1 to left field. The designated hitter here tonight for Paul Nochi's squad. Paul Nochi picking up his 105th victory in the USPBL, surpassing Chris Newell for the all-time lead. Club to left. That's going to get down and go all the way to the wall. Chasing Johnson back. On the move is Mahalik. He's going to camp out at third base. And hold your horses here. We have second and third with 1 out in the 6th.
I thought maybe they were going to consider sending him there. As it turned out, he would have made it because the relay was bobbled, but probably smart to hold him there. Only 1 out. You need 2 runs, really, in the tying runs on second, so you don't want to risk getting that man thrown out at home.
So there's the good swing that Paul Nochi has been looking for.
So between Pontius and Maselli now, if one of them can get a base hit, we got a tie game on our hands probably.
One and 0 here on Jordan Pontius. The late kick by Murphy. That one is low 2-0. So how about this? Shane Bieber, through the first 30 career road starts in Indians club history, he's 19-5.
Wow.
Sabathia 16-6. Cliff Lee 14-6. Bob Lemon 20-7. That's interesting.
Did you say that was road starts?
Correct.
Wow.
Through the first 30 career road starts in Cleveland history.
Wow. Interesting.
It's a .792 winning percentage.
Wonder, what there is to that, somebody being that good on the road. If they just have a good routine that they settle into when they're away from home.
Three 3-0 here on Jordan Pontius. 2 runners in scoring position and a 2-run lead outside, and the bases are juiced here for a guy who hits the ball pretty hard at times, and Anthony Maselli.
And they're going to talk about it.
Paul Nickenberger comes out and chats here.
Wonder if they'll get Dejan Cole loose, or if they're planning on possibly using him today. Now would probably be a good time.
Alan Oakes asks, which manager has the record for most career losses in the USPBL? Of course, he's the pitching coordinator. Is he poking fun at his fellow pitching coordinator? I don't know the answer to that question. Shane McCaddy, the manager of the Mammoths in 2018. I don't know if he could.
I don't think he would have the career record. That could be Paul Nochi.
First pitch to Maselli, in for strike 1. That pitch kind of right at the knees has been a strike here today. Third baseman Briggs is in, middle of the infield back, looking for an inning double play, and Haffey playing behind the runner at first base. So it'll excuse me swing, coming home, maybe over to first, and barely nipping Maselli there is Briggs.
He took the sure out. I think he could have had him at home. Not sure if he lost
It's a forced
the grip.
play, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he may have lost the grip and then decided to take the sure thing. It's hard to say. Try to watch it again on the monitor here, see if I can figure it out. But yeah, I think he just thought better of it. I think he just thought it was going to be too close of a play, didn't want to chance it, and took the sure out, which there's some wisdom in that, you know, when you have a 2-run lead.
If he does come home right away with the double clutch, I think he gets him for sure. But
yeah, if he comes up clean with it, makes a good throw.
First pitch to Miles Miller outside. He's had a tough night so far. 0 for 3, 2 Ks here in this game. Did have a double back in the third inning of game 1, along with a line out to right. Here's the 1-0. Inside. Nice stop by Isaiah Cullum.
That's not how you want to give up the tying run if you let that get by you. That's a big stop.
He is standing at third base in Jalen Smith. The go-ahead run, Jordan Pontius at second. Boy, would that be a ring of a bell here in the 7th, and possibly putting the pressure on the Mammoths in the next half to score to come back in this game all of a sudden. They've led it the whole direction. They scored 3 runs back in the first inning, 1 run in the 5th. Diamond Hoppers 1 in the 2nd, 1 in the 5th, and 1 here in the 6th, maybe counting. Murphy in danger of loading the bases again, and he does just that.
4 in a row.
With Xavier Warren coming up, my goodness. There is some more action in the pen, and that looks like the end of the line for Murphy. This would be a nice spot for Travado, and I think that's exactly where they're going right now.
Not sure how long he's been thrown down there, but I don't think it's been very long.
So Travado will trot his way in, or actually that's not Travado. Is that Strobel?
I believe it is. Going to the lefty. Turn around Warren.
Well, as they bring in Strobel here, we'll step aside, set it up when we get back here on the USPBL Network.
They called it the 1,000-year flood. They were having homes and businesses flooded, and roads were being washed out.
My entire house is going to be flooded. Okay, do you have a second story?
A lot of fear that we were going to lose a lot of people. When we heard the police station was flooded, we immediately gave them our command center to operate out of.
Belfour was our savior. Sheldon and his team restored 25 of our businesses and more than 1,500 residences.
At Belfour, we're restoring more than property.
All the opportunities I've been given, I would not have been able to get at bigger universities.
Here, the professor cares about your success and is willing to work for it with you.
So much preparation for the future.
I couldn't imagine being anywhere else. Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
So there is Mr. Strobel. It's a Hoffman Dental pitching change here. Just one outing thus far for Tasker, who is back on the 12th. What day that was? That was Wednesday. So Wednesday, the only outing for Tasker so far. 1 inning, 2 hits, 1 run. It was earned. 1 walk and no strikeouts. He throws a 4-seamer, a 2-seamer, a slider, and a changeup as well. Comes in with a huge spot here. Pond full of ducks in the 6th inning. 2 outs. The tying run, Jalen Smith, standing at third base. Pontius, the go-ahead run at second, and Miles Miller, the AAA insurance run. It feels weird to say that
right
on first.
Does it become a AAA insurance run only after that first run scores? How does I don't know the semantics of that.
I don't know.
Well, part of the wisdom here, I think, is turning the batter around to the right side.
Xavier Warren, the switch hitter, faced Murphy and McKendall in 3 at-bats so far. RBI ground out in the 5th, single in the 3rd, and a double in the 1st. Starting to rise that batting average with the good second game here today. Shown some extra base pops since arriving to the USPBL. Draftee of Milwaukee, along with Joey Weimer, who nearly won that home run derby, went toe-to-toe with Ross Haffey until the final round.
Gonna look 1 pitch, 1 zone here. Take a rip.
5 hits aside, the next one's going to be big. The 2-0, high, in danger of walking in the tying run here in the 6th inning.
Well, you give him the green light here?
No. Just because you could walk him in, I guess.
Yeah, I agree. I wouldn't give it to him either, right, in this particular situation.
If it was 1st and 2nd, maybe.
Right.
Here's the 3-0. A strike. Wasn't a great pitch necessarily to hit.
No. Hopefully he would have, with the green light, hopefully he would have laid off of it anyway.
Still way ahead in the count here. 2 outs in the frame. Strobel trying to close it down. Fly ball to left. Johnson coming in and makes the catch.
Just end of the bat, I think. It took a good rip at it. He just didn't quite barrel it up.
Big time squeeze for Will Johnson in left. He'll tell you he had it all the way. 1-run ball game here as we go to the 7th inning.
Those Motor City wheels are messing around, waiting to get the car to go downtown. La 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 la. Taking some time and having some fun, waiting to get the call that it's time to run. La, la, la.
Holy Hot Rods, it's race time. Chevy Detroit wheels, start your engines.
They'll come out of the left field gate. There they come. Bella Air is out first.
I'm going PD pickup today.
PD pickup out 30, usually comes out second and kind of rides that second spot for a long time until it's the last second. We've seen him get a couple wins like that. Yesterday, there was a bunch of confusion as 2 cars came out to center field.
Yeah, I don't even know what to call that.
I don't know if their engines were just kind of affected by the heat or what.
Right.
This is their second race of the day. Ooh, some paint traded at the beginning here. PD pickup trying to take advantage of that.
I'll take PD if it's going to get physical. He's going to bust through it. No. Oh.
That's a tight field.
Come on, PD, make a move.
Corey Vett with a nice finish there. It's your Metro Detroit Chevy dealer mascot race here today. Quincy Jones on for his 2nd inning of work. Pretty good work in the 6th inning, Dan.
He did. He did a really nice job. Something a little different out of him today. He tends to be steady with the strike throwing, but his fastball picked up a little bit today. He had a really nice fastball inside at 87 that he froze a man on. If he can consistently be around there, I think he'll take another step in the right direction.
Garrett Kieber has reached a couple times here in Game 2, a single and a walk. Has scored on both of those occasions. 0 for 2 in Game 1. It's Kieber, Wheatley, and Johnson. Here's Zach Hart, agency, 3 men due up here in the 7th. 1-run ball game all of a sudden.
They could use a AAA insurance run here, that's for sure.
They got one in the 5th. Jumped out to a 3-0 lead in the 1st. McKinley, I like him in the outfield.
Definitely.
Covers some good ground, has some pop at the plate as well.
Yep.
Shares a laugh or two with the Mammoths bullpen down there. And here comes Wheatley for his second at bat. He walked his first time up in the 5th.
Next up for Westside, the right fielder, Wheatley.
Facing his former team. He was a diamond hopper in the 2019 season, played 15 games.
For the most part, we've seen returners play with their former teams. That's a little bit of a different story given he wasn't here to start the year. We've seen some guys kind of filter back in that have been here before. Travado just coming back to Goatse's, obviously a returner, but he's been here since the beginning. A 1 swing and a miss. We saw Goatsy start this game for the Hoppers. It seems like so long ago.
It does seem like a while ago.
We've been on the air since 5:30 here on the USPBL network. And a lot of you have stuck with us. We appreciate that. Mahalik steps back, fires to first, close, but got him.
Just barely.
Wheatley trying to coax the umpire into a safe call there.
He thought he had it. Little discussion down there.
Now Will Johnson, the last shot as Quincy Jones tries to retire him 1-2-3 to turn it right back to the offense. We saw a single run in the 6th inning after they sent 7 to the plate. The bases were loaded before Strobel was able to get a line out to left. Will Johnson able to track that down as he looks to add the lead here. 75-mile-per-hour slider rides outside. One-0. Puts a good swing on that to center. Miles Miller showing him what range is as well for out number 3. All via contact, and a really nice job at the back end of this game for Quincy Jones as he's going to get a 2-inning hold here. Now time for Take Me Out to the Ball Game, presented by Genesis Credit Union. Every game. Here's Leo Ortelli, your public address announcer. Some problems with Leo's mic, and actually we have it now.
When it's a shame, for it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. Thank you, fans, for participating in the 7th inning stretch. Brought to you by...
That's Leo Ortelli, your public address announcer, first-year public address announcer here in the USPBL. Former player, doing a nice job this year over the system. Wish there was more fans in the house to hear him.
Definitely. It's got to be a strange year in sports for public address announcers.
Absolutely.
They still seem to have them, though, at all the venues, don't they?
They do. I'm wondering if it's a normalcy thing or if it's, you know, it certainly helps the media, too. But in some sports, you do have press box announcers, too. For example, football and baseball does.
Yep.
Sometimes the media relations staff kind of doubles as that.
Right.
Well, if you're Paul Noce, you got the heart of the order up, and that's all you could ask for in this situation.
That's true.
Had one of your better hitters up in Xavier Warren. He tagged a ball to left field, but right there was Johnson to strand the bases loaded, and Tasker Strobel was called into a situation not too great for a reliever, but he came up with the first out and now trying to come up with a 4-out save here in the 7th. And only his second appearance this year. Nice slider for strike 1.
Very. Made some sense, certainly, from a strategic standpoint. He was able to turn Warren around to the right side, and now he's got 3 lefties to face through the heart of the order here.
0-1, swing and a miss. Back-to-back sliders here. That's a tight window in terms of his range. 76 to 78 on the slider, 88 to 91 on the fastball on his very limited time in the USPBL this year.
Looks like a tough pitch, lefty on lefty.
0-2 way high.
Hit the bull mascot, as they say.
One, two, swing and a miss. Got him with another slider.
That's a really tough pitch. Lefty on lefty.
Spin rate 25.08. Major league average for a breaking ball.
He may stick with that all the way through this inning.
Tasker Strobel has seen some other independent ball experience. Pitched in the Frontier League, pitched in Gary, Indiana as well. As this one up the middle, sliding play by Barnes, gets to his feet over to first. It escapes him, and McKinley, or check that, Gray, is going to stay past the first base dugout. It did roll in, and I think they're going to grant him second base here.
Oh, Collum was there, but he couldn't quite get there before it got to the dugout.
And that's going to be a big error here in the 7th inning. Puts the tying run on second base with Riley Mahalik coming up. Austin Shoemaker also available on the bench. Josh Goulet is due up fourth here in the 7th. He came in as a pinch hitter for Greg Vaughn Jr. in the 6th. First pitch to Mahalik. Low and away, 1-0. So things looking very good for Strobel before the ball went awry. Here's the 1-0. Swing and a miss. Nice slider there at 75.
Located that pitch very well.
Lefty on lefty, that helps. So 1-1. Another nasty slider at 76. Ended up in the dirt. As a lefty, that's probably looking like it's coming right at you, right?
Oh, yeah. The way that he's been locating it for the most part, it's been kind of inner half before it breaks, and then it breaks away pretty hard.
Mahalik today, a walk in the 6th. He came around to score. That was the only run in a 7-batter inning for the Hoppers. They stranded the bases loaded. 1-2, just got a piece of the slider there. Heavy dose of them here in the 7th. Well, this game has been full of drama.
He made
long at bats.
Yeah, I mean, that error will loom large because not only is there a man on second base, but he's going to have to face a righty before the inning's over now, whereas he could have just gone through the lefties in the order.
Waiting on the 1-2, but the move back to second base to make sure Gray remains there. He's not going anywhere,
though.
Yeah,
the chances of Gray stealing third, I think, are minimal.
Not going to make the out at third base and or get the tying run off the bases here. Outside, you think he scores on a single?
It's hard to say. It probably depends on the type of single, how hard it was hit. With one out, it's tougher than with two outs because you may have to freeze depending on the type of ball. You're not going to be off at the crack of the bat.
So Mahalik has evened this count up at 2 apiece now. Good AB again. We've seen a lot of them in this game by both teams. The 2-2 swing and a miss. Uncorked a 79-mile-per-hour slider, biting to the outside once again for his second strikeout of the 7th inning.
It's a really tough pitch. Not to belabor the point, but
he would be out of this inning if
if not for the defensive lapse. As it turns out, he's going to have to face a pretty good righty here. It's a tougher out to get.
Left fielder Johnson shades Goulet more towards the gap here. First pitch fastball, a swing and a miss. Center fielder Howard straight on behind the second base bag, and the right fielder Irving or Wheatley now is near the line and right as that one looked at outside. Jalen Smith is on deck, get a double, and that bases loaded inning back in the 6th. Tasker Strobel and another tough spot in the 7th, tying run at second base. He came in with that bases loaded and got a line out to left. Here's the 1-1. Low at 79. 2-1 here on Josh Goulet.
He's got to get that a little bit more in on the righties, or try to backdoor it. He just didn't locate that one very well.
Swing and a miss at the top of the zone there.
Sneaky velocity there.
And now Strobel 1 pitch away from working out of this thing here. 2-2 on Josh Goulet. Comes set the pitch. Swing and a miss. Beers down, and he strikes out the side here in the 7th inning.
Terrific job.
4-out save. Got a line out with the bases loaded. Strikes out McKinley, strikes out Mahalik, and strikes out Goulet here in the 7th. And the Mammoths coming with a huge 5th victory here tonight to start the second half of the season.
It's a big-time relief appearance for a newcomer to the league. I don't think any of us would have picked him to kind of be the savior there at the end, but came in a tight situation with the bases loaded in the 6th, turned Warren around and was able to get the out, and then went through the heart of the order with the left-handers there in the 7th inning. Had really good stuff, upper 80s fastball and a really nasty slider that was an equalizing force against the left-handed hitting.
Well, our Auto Lab post-game show coming up next year on the USPBL Network. We'll talk with our Lombardo Homes Player of the Game from the United Shore Media Desk when we get back here on the network. Stick with us.
I enjoy renovating my home, so getting materials with my Chevy Silverado is a daily trip. But as the strongest, most advanced Silverado ever, it's perfect for all my projects. And with the most functional bed of any pickup, plus the power-up down tailgate, my Silverado helps me with everything I need. Of course, a little assist from a friend doesn't hurt.
Lease a 2020 Silverado Custom Crew Cab 4-wheel drive for just $323 a month. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
When you need emergency care, you want your hospital to be ready for whatever comes through the door. Ready for any injury and any illness. Ready to respond at the speed of emergencies. That's why McLaren Macomb built a new emergency department with advanced technology, clinical expertise, and 68 private exam rooms We're Macomb County's largest emergency department, and we're ready for you whenever you need us. That's emergency care at McLaren Macomb. That's doing what's best.
From the very get-go in your major, you are doing things involved with your major. And they really do a good job with finding professors that not only know what they're talking about, but know how to teach what they're talking about.
Here, the professor cares about your success and is willing to work for it with you.
You get the intensive care from each professor. You get the interactions with different students, both in and outside of your major.
There's always something happening on campus. There's always something to do. Go visit campus and really experience everything that campus has to offer. Once you do that, it makes up your mind for you.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
Order Jimmy John's and we'll bring it to your car door. Leave it at your front door or have it ready for you at our drive-thru. Just use jimmyjohns.com or our app to tell us what sandwiches, drinks, chips, and cookies you're hungry for. When you want it and how you want it. We're ready.
DTE Energy customers can get their share of huge lifetime energy cost savings. How? By using our website. The Oslin's new programmable thermostat saved them a bundle. And their new, efficient furnace earned them a hefty rebate. All over Michigan, people like the Oslins are saving. Why not you? There are always new ways to save at dteenergy.com/saveenergy. DTE Energy.
Make your move with a quick and easy mortgage from Genesis Credit Union. We have mortgages to fit your life. Genesis Credit Union. Visit us today.
You're going through a divorce in Macomb County. You need an attorney who will fight to get you what you're entitled to, preserve your parental rights, and protect your finances. You need Vince Manzella and the team at Lucido and Manzella on your side. Vince grew up in Macomb County. Vince knows the people in Macomb County. Vince understands the Macomb County court system, and he aggressively fights for Macomb County residents every day. Lucido and Manzella, 586-228-3900.
Welcome back to Jimmy John's Field, everyone, and to our Auto Lab post-game show here. 4-3, your final score in favor of the Westside Woolly Mammoths here today. At the United Shore Media Desk with our Lombardo Homes Player of the Game, it's the closer here today in Tasker Strobel. Heart pumping, you know, when the base is loaded to come in here in the 6th inning?
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, just as a closer kind of role, you just got to go out there and throw it. I mean, whatever happens, happens, but I'm glad it went the way it did.
Off the bat, what did you think of that one?
You know, hopefully my left fielder was there to catch it, but he was, and you move on.
Yeah, Will Johnson certainly making a nice play. Then you have the, you know, kind of hit error, whatever you call it, with the runner on second base, kind of have to ramp up the intensity. Again, what were you looking to do there to close it out?
I knew I had a base open, so I had to throw my pitches. Went well, struck him out, and then just looking for an out and got it. So
I know you're kind of available for any opportunity here in the USPBL. You've been a starter in your collegiate career, closed / relieved throughout your Frontier League career, and here into the USPBL. Just what's your mentality, I guess, going forward in terms of the role you're going to take?
I mean, any role Paul wants to put me in, but if I close like that every time, it could be a nice spot.
Yeah, no doubt about it. The offense today gets 3 early runs. Good pitching, down the stretch. Quincy Jones looked pretty good on the other side for the Hoppers as well.
Yeah, that's a good team. Ben did a really good job coming out. Our guys put up 3 early so he can ride it, and then we got Murphy who extended it and then closed the door.
Tasker Stobel, your player of the game here today. Thanks for stopping by. Maybe we'll talk to you again as the closer. We'll see how that kind of plays out.
Yeah, exactly. Good to see you. Thank you.
He's your Lombardo Homes player of the game here today in the Auto Lab post-game show. One more game this week. Tomorrow at 1:05, they have put the tarp on here, so they're hoping the rain kind of subsides and we can play. There is some rain expected here tonight starting in the early hours of the morning. For my partner, Dan Griesbaum Jr. in the press box, I'm Jeremy Otto. We'll see you tomorrow for a pregame show at 12:50 here on the USPBL Network. Have a great night, everyone.